Very good, very good. So, it certainly has been a while, hasn't it? Since
It has.
I hosted a game for the people of this wonderful little server we call the Bakery.
Well, and yeah, because that was the Groose and Grace and Garrow and other people without G names that I've forgotten.
Indeed. The unimportant names.
Do we start with our little Top Gear, what happened last week?
Well, nothing happened last week. We weren't playing last week.
Yes, this is I wouldn't call it a session 0. I wouldn't call it a session 1. Perhaps somewhere in between.
Session Route 2.
I think that we should start with what happened last week, just so that anyone who starts watching from this point, if they ever do, is desperately looking for the missing recording.
Well, you see, the issue is that we're recording right now, which means that it is already blatantly obvious and clear to anybody listening to me currently speaking that there isn't anything prior. Or at the very least, that's what we want them to think.
Okay, so we don't mention the session we had last week at all.
Definitely not.
Okay.
So nothing about the dragons?
Indeed. Nor the goblins.
What about the pirates?
And just say,
Only if you want to risk it.
I am very pleased to see the map again.
Indeed. Shall I unveil to all those listening and watching the old map, the one that still has all of the terrible, terrible graffiti? Oh wait, no, you're already looking at that, aren't you?
Yes, it is. It has many hidden graffitis of yeah.
I was going to say, you don't mean the one from before we fixed it, do you?
There's like a little witch in the top corner. There are many penises in the woods. There are a fair few boobs. There is a dragon that wants feet pics.
Of course there are penises in the woods. Where else would the wood go?
Quite. And
anyway, in a far more important note, I'm afraid that this is likely going to be among the last times that you see this map. So take it in whilst you can.
We can rebuild
I have generated a separate map, which is free of graffiti, as you can see.
Oh, we can fix that for you.
Feel free to vandalize to your heart's content. Just bear in mind that, like last time, vandalism is permanent. I will not be cleaning the map for you. If you make it illegible, it remains as illegible for as long as this campaign progresses.
Fair enough. Well, we never made anything illegible. We just, improved things.
Mm-hmm.
Indeed, like replacing the word empire at the end of Nadoranmeyer's title with Reich. A particular favourite of mine.
Wait, that wasn't part of the original map.
The elves are a bit on the, Reiki side. They deserved it.
I thought that was Theo.
It was Theo, yes.
Can't blame us for that.
Theo's edits were actually very well done, considering he would use a specifically chosen shade of green in order to effectively erase what was there before writing over it with his own text, resulting with the end result looking extremely convincing.
Yeah.
It was very impressive, if you ask me. Anyway, today we are going to be introducing the party to the nature of the upcoming session. First, I would like everybody to introduce their characters. I think it is most appropriate if we went in the order of where they appear in the Roll20 client, starting with Kiki, then Trig, then Ez, and finaling off with Moch. So go ahead, Kiki. Introduce yourself.
Right, I have a character here in my character sheet. It is Piper Billweed. Piper is a bagpiper who comes from a shire somewhere or another. Probably somewhere near a hill. They have obnoxious bagpipes and are sure that every rock ballad deserves bagpipes.
That and cowbell, I would tend to agree, to be honest. Yep. Cool. You're playing a halfling, right?
I am playing a halfling, yeah.
Before we carry on with the introductions, just to double check, Motch, are you present? You haven't spoken in a while.
Yes, I'm here, sorry.
Excellent. Just making sure. All right, then. Please continue, Trig, or assuming Kiki has finished.
Okay, well, in that case, I will have to go, because, yeah. I've also created a halfling. He's a bard. His name is Robert Plant. And he is, he's more of a guitarist slash lute slash lyre slash, you know, if it's a stringed instrument, he can play it. And yeah, no, he's very much in the. Well, I seem to have made essentially a halfling Zoolander character. If you look at the image of that, and he's a bit like that. He's very talented, but he's a bit obsessed with fame and fortune and creating a new sound that no one's ever heard yet, and will take the entire of the world by storm. And whilst he's doing that, he doesn't fully intend to rob the virtue and wealth of anyone, you know, that looks like they're a prime target for it. You know, he's a bard. Shag and Steel. Whilst playing a tune.
Shag and Steel, preferably in reverse order, perhaps?
I mean, chatting your way into the mayor's daughter's house, shagging her, and then nicking the mayor's, gold, and then leaping out the window and making a run for it. Probably a good idea. So, maybe, or maybe just talk them into, lending him their horse and wagon.
It's not stealing if you've given them a show. If you've given them a show, it's an unconsensual tip.
I see. I believe with these first two character introductions, we're starting to get a feel for the morality of the party. Let's see if this pattern holds up with Ez's character.
Yes. So, my character is Hardgar in Rivet. He is a dwarf. He has moved around various different professions in his life. He originally studied under the famous brewers of the Dwarven Kingdoms before deciding to explore the world a bit. So he joined a caravan, became the quartermaster. Until he got inspired by a dream one day and felt compelled to craft a new type of weapon. An axe that he calls Ear Splitter. He uses this axe in order to create interesting music. His goal is to try and find a way to express the raw emotion of iron and steel through the power of sound and music. He's also a bit of a tinkerer at times, and definitely enjoys a bit of mischief on the side. Definitely always game for getting into a bit of fun if there is some to be had.
Very good. And now finally, Motch. Go ahead and introduce your character.
My character is Reeve Roberts. He's a bard, and he's got the entertainer background, and he's essentially a little bit naive, a little bit sheltered. He's lived same place his entire life, but he's eager to essentially get out of the nowhere area he's from, where he's been trying to make it through music, but knows that it's not making the money, so he does odd jobs and stuff around taverns and pubs. He's not necessarily immoral, but he may be quite easily swayed because he'll listen to anyone because he's been a little sheltered.
Good to know. Well, it's time for me to introduce the equivalent of a DM's character, isn't it? The setting in which you all find yourselves beginning this merry little adventure. So, if you take a look at the world map, you'll notice that in a region between the titles of Stradivania and Vrangan Uriag, there is a patch of forest. The border between the human and dwarven empires is a raggedy one, formed over hundreds and many centuries of warfare, political intrigue, and a little bit of negotiations and business deals here and there. But the modern-day iteration of the border has an interesting artifact. For you see, there is a region which juts out just to the southern end through that river you see that leads to the city of Varpak. Along that city, around where you see that little exclave of sorts, there is a small town. That town is called Nobblesgate. So named for the Knobbly Gate, which houses the entrance that once was a border town between the empires of Stradivania and Vrangan Uriag. The name has been acquired over the course of a great amount of time, as this location was once a fortress and is now disused as a fortress due to its distance from the now friendly border of Vrangan and the Stradivania empires. However, has seen a resurgence in the form of an ad hoc settlement, a village of sorts. The gate has weathered away over the centuries, but its dwarven nature results in the resilient architecture having formed what can best be described as rounded crenellations along the outside wall of the once fortified region.
Crenellations? Does it have matriculations to go along with the crenellations?
Indeed it does.
Fantastic.
The matriculations, of course, being the small holes that can be fired through for the purposes of attacking those directly up against the wall of a fortification, if memory serves.
Yes, it's like a little bit that's a bit of a wall that's built out, so you can drop rocks and various other nonsense directly down onto people trying to climb up.
But the town now finds itself nestled quite happily within the region of the human empire, and as such is predominantly, but not exclusively, populated by other humans. A region that I suspect is the hometown of our dear Motch right here. Is that a safe assumption?
Yeah, but that works.
Very good. So, Nobblesgate, as you travel in through the direction from the capital city of Medelburn, as you pass through the eponymous gate, you make your way along a relatively short path, a road of sorts which leads along with a variety of small, repurposed dwarven houses, reconstructed with lumber from the local forest, to such to achieve a combined architectural flair, with the ground floor of most settlements being that of well-crafted and ageless dwarven stonework, with the upper floors being a mixture of wattle and daub, wherein the construction blends together in a mostly seamless but occasionally very improvised style. At the end of this road, the town splits in two, with the road taking a T-junction. The left-hand turn leading towards the river and a small dock, and the right-hand leading towards the mayor's house. But in the literal center of the town is the place where we see our party entertaining the local town, the local guests, shall we say. Here we see the Canners Bay Inn. It's a 3-story tall structure, again, the ground floor being of dwarven make, and the town's the actual inn itself is noteworthy in that a former soldier from when this town was in dwarven territory is actually the elderly owner of the inn itself. So, what would the four of you be doing inside the ground floor of this inn? Bear in mind, whilst there is little in the way for a dedicated performing location, there is a relatively open spot formed by simply clearing away all of the local chairs and tables and compacting it all into one side of the room. There is a selection of individuals who are sitting around, enjoying their drinks, and generally speaking, having a nice and happy chat with whatever whatever company are able to attend the place. The owner of the establishment appears to not be present at this moment.
Are we just sitting at various places, or are we all sitting together?
Well, I imagine at this point in your in the adventures of your party, you have all managed to introduce one another to each other, with, I presume, the characters played by Kiki and Trig, that being Robert and Piper, are longtime friends, with the addition of how is your character's name pronounced? Cardgar? Cardgar, right. With Cardgar being a more recent addition, and I'm sorry, March, what's your character's name again?
Reeve, Reeve.
Right. Let me help you out by editing your character's name for a moment. If you take a look at your character sheet, you'll see that there is a, well, I see that you're currently on the spell section of your character sheet. In the top left, you'll see Copy Who Erim, which is a randomly generated name for any new character sheet.
Sorry, I haven't touched the character sheet since last time. Everything I know about my things is still in the bloody Word document.
Nah, it's no problem at all. Just go ahead and edit that. You've just changed it to the letter R. I suspect that isn't intentional. Excellent.
If you're going to go with one letter, at least go with N.
Would that be a
Does your character have a surname, or is it just Reeve?
Just Reeve, I guess.
Fair enough.
Going down the old Bono route and Madonna route. Nice, strong, powerful move.
Possibly, but not necessarily. After all, not everybody in the rural communities of the world have two names.
Huh?
Either that, or he's done something that means he doesn't want us to know who he really is.
Right, I'm just going to do something here. I'm going to oh dear, how do I manage this? Currently Cardgar and Reeve are right at the top of the list of characters.
I noticed
whereas Piper and Robert are all the way at the bottom.
Yep.
Which is
Yep, and I have all sorts of other dross in between because of my previous thing of this setting.
So what can I buy from MS?
You can't buy anything from Marks and Spencer's. Marks and Spencer's doesn't exist here. Marcus Spencer's.
Gallo still has some.
He died. He died horribly. It was terrifying.
No, well, I guess I'll just have to bear in mind that the two sets of characters are on opposite ends of my ever-lengthening list of entries.
Just drag them both into a separate folder for this game.
That's a good idea.
That's that makes sense.
Really strong idea.
That's a decent plan.
Do we have a name for our adventure, or?
Well, we did come up with a basic idea for the name of the band, which I am very, very strongly in favour of, but I'm willing to hear other ideas if there are, because Earth, Wind and Shire was thrown out by a friend recently as a name for a group of halfling bards, and fucking love it. But if anyone's got any better. And I don't know, Earth, Wind and Shire could be a good name for the adventure as well. I don't know.
But I mean, that's why we made little people.
Little halflings, yes, exactly.
Is that really?
Yeah.
Well.
By the way, I've just included in the D&D room the names of the two locations, the town of Nobblesgate and the Canners Bay Inn.
Now, where exactly is it? If we were going to pinpoint it on the map, is it roughly where the Chinaman's teeth are, for example?
No, it's actually right next to the river. So the leftmost point of the Chinaman's mustache would be the most accurate location.
Okay, got it. I know exactly where we are now. Right.
In fact,
you see, we make the map more understandable.
I'm just going to go ahead and put a little orange spot right there.
Are you going to give him a zit?
He's got a mole. That's fine. Yeah, that's okay.
God, Ginger always comes along and ruins our maps. So, Ginge, this tavern that we're in, what's the clientele like?
You can tell that it seems as though the vast majority of the clientele are people who make a living working the land. You can see that the vast majority of the clientele are exclusively men. There are a variety of ages among them, and there is, curiously, one woman in the not quite in the corner of the room, but sat in between two men, seemingly having her choice of the two burly individuals who you presume to be either lumberjacks or perhaps are farmhands.
Oh my goodness, does she have an exclamation mark mysteriously floating above her head?
Does she look bored or happy with the scenario? Is there an end there that we could possibly
She looks like she's having a wonderful time. From what you can only assume to be a variety of drinks bought for her, you suspect that perhaps the two men are vying for her affection.
So she's kind of like sitting, grinning on a sofa, and they're stood behind her in a cluster.
Not yet.
Not quite, but if that's how you want to envisage their future going, then so be it.
Oh dear.
So are we actually sat around at a table together? Because if so, I want to be explaining to everybody how I've been really working on this new sound, and I'm not quite there yet at the present moment. And then occasionally just make sure I can catch my own reflection in a mirror or a window, and just make sure my hair's tousled in just the right way. And then carry on telling people how important this new sound is and how it's gonna change the world.
Indeed. Well, if you want, I can introduce you all to the concept behind how all four of your characters have come into contact with one another.
That's good.
Set up.
Yep.
All right. So, we'll start off with Robert and Piper, a pair of halflings that have travelled down through the Fogrenar Pass in search of making themselves famous and wealthy getting away from the incredibly rural state of being that is the small individual settlements of the wilderness, and attempting to make it big in the civilized lands of the great empires of the dwarves and the humans. Whilst travelling along and running into the issues of not being able to have their instruments taken to their local woodworker for maintenance, they encountered Ez's character, the one Khadgar. He, wanting to have a change in life and wanting to find a way to make things a little more exciting for himself after spending the first considerable portion of his dwarven existence following somewhat mundane and stereotypical professions, decided to follow along with them and see if he could also make it as a musical entrepreneur. Upon arriving at this latest town, a place where the trio had figured that, well, they're unlikely to get their names in lights in anywhere with any renown or fame, if you want to get famous, start off small, decided to travel to Nobblesgate, which is where they have encountered a separate aspiring bard with a surprisingly similar and in-tune dream of sorts in the form of Motch's character, Reeve. Reeve, having recognized people of a similar nature to herself, or himself, has decided to sit down, introduce himself, and is now thoroughly engaged in the conversation.
Look, Bob, we left to get some money. We thought we were going to strike it rich. We've spent all of our reserves. We've got barely anything left. And I reckon these guys have got less coppers to rub together than we have. What are we doing here?
We're going... Right, okay. There is always, in a place like this, there's always one rich noble, a mayor, someone like that. Now, he might have an attractive daughter or wife or whatever. That's to one side. But there's always an inn, and there's always a pot of cash somewhere. And I reckon if we can do a absolutely kick-ass performance, get everyone on side, hey, you guys are fantastic, maybe we can get them to come visit, see the show, and, if their money pouch happens to fall off their belt at some point, it wouldn't be a terrible thing if we managed to pick it up. Maybe if they were tipping us so hard, they just tipped the whole thing in a tray. Would be nice as well. There's always money to be made, darling. It's always the possibility. But what we need is something new. We need this. We need. And we've all heard the bars, the little tinkly songs. It's all folksy and comfortable, and everyone likes to have a good sing song. It's nice, but it's not going to change the world. I reckon we change the world. We change the dynamic. Yeah, we come up with something new, something that really grabs the heart and soul, and just makes us famous, makes a name. Have folks from all around travelling from here to other places going, oh my god, you've got to hear what these guys were doing. It's amazing. When they come here, just pay them whatever they ask. That's, there are many ways. We just need to play. We just need to, get people there. And if we can't, we'll just rob them.
People like a good song they can clap along to. Collecting turnips. It's a classic. They don't want to hear songs about people knocking trees over and banging rocks together.
Yeah, but
what you got against banging rocks together? That's a fine tradition.
I know, and you can get a good tempo with it. You can, bang, bang, bang. Music that's properly banging. Properly banging. Our good friend Khadgar. Right, you're a dwarf, right? So I'm assuming you know the anvil. You know metal. You know good thumping beats. Yeah?
I'll look to you and raise an eyebrow for a second before just picking a random chord and playing it. Just looking at you.
Nice. Hold on a second. Breaks out loot. Plays a quick pentatonic scale based on the chord you've just played. with a bit of flair, adds a bit of wobble in there. See, this is what I'm talking about.
He hears what you play, repeats it back, and then adds a bit more flair of his own.
At this point, you notice that a few of the other tenants in the room have started to turn their heads. An elderly gentleman sitting by himself is apparently somewhat unimpressed by the noise, but the trio that I mentioned earlier, the woman sitting between the two men, have certainly started paying attention to what you're up to.
Hold on a second. I've got an idea. A whisper. Right. I can do a bit of illusionary magic. How about we get a thumping bass line, a drum set or something drumming, something that none of us are playing, something that we can keep a tune to, a line to, and so I'm just gonna cast a bit of a cantrip of minor illusion, which, as you can see, can be a sound.
Indeed, it can.
I think it can be a bass line, a drum roll bass line. Just something simple, just whatever. I'm not musical, not at this particular point in time personally, but something that we can then rock to, and then get the old lute out again. And
okay, so Trig uses minor illusion to create a MIDI keyboard percussion style of track in order to begin playing to.
Yeah.
Absolutely. You know what? I am going to also throw a minor illusion in there to add to it a light with the beat tamburining.
Nice. Bit of depth.
Suppose I will add to the overall effect. Ginger, am I able to cast a spell at less strength than it says it is?
You're not going to thunder over my
What spell are you looking to cast exactly?
Well, I want to use Thunderclap because there's a cantrip and it can do quite a good base, but I don't want to do damage.
I see.
It's just Thunderclap repeatedly as a baseline, and the tavern collapses.
They should have made it a stronger stuff. I mean,
let me just remind myself of the exact nature of Thunderclap. Please do.
I'm not casting it. I'm doing it for you to see.
I know.
Well, it can be heard 100 feet away. That's a loud bugger.
Yeah, but I mean, haven't you ever been like a few streets away from a club?
I mean, yeah, but that's everybody other than you is going to now take a.
But as I'm asking, can I scale down its power?
I would say you can. I would say roll me charisma, just straight up charisma. And if you roll sufficiently high, you can mediate your own magical potential in order to achieve the effect you're after.
Oh no!
Oh dear!
Oh, that was a save. Sorry, I think I rolled the wrong thing.
It's still in that one.
It's still in that one.
Unfortunately, we take the dice. So you see as Khadgar is starting to really get into the rhythm of what you two are starting to put together, claps his hands together once, and suddenly the table is in pieces. I'd like the rest of you to roll a Constitution saving throw, please.
Right. Okay. Oh God, I've got Constitution saving throw. There you go. Strong. Robert is you know.
Okay.
You're gonna have to explain how to do this to me like I'm 5. I'm sorry.
Right, on your character sheet, on the left-hand side, you've got your stat block: strength, dexterity, constitution, etc. If you just look one column in, underneath inspiration and proficiency bonus, there is a box with all of your stat blocks in there with saving throws written at the bottom. If you just click on the constitution that is there, That should do an automatic Constitution saving throw for you.
Mm-hmm. It's in the core section on your character sheet.
Sorry.
A couple of inches down from where you typed your name in.
Are you having a problem locating your character sheet?
I was in spells. I'm stupid. Hang on. Yeah, okay. Saving throws.
Aha. There we go.
Which one was it again? Sorry.
Constitution.
Perfect.
Yep. Ez has tried to kill us all with his.
Hey, look, I'm just here to have a good time.
Guitar.
And now I just need to double check what Ez's actual save is.
13.
Spell save 13. So, yeah. So, in a moment of rampant enthusiasm, Cardagar slams his hands together as part of a clap and inadvertently results in a powerful blast of energy, which not only takes the varnish off the table that you're all sat at, but also causes the ringing of the ears of both Reeve and Piper. Thankfully, Robert was able to see this bout of enthusiasm from a mile away and promptly covered his ears, saving himself.
Please roll for me. I'm going to raise my fist afterwards and go, yeah!
Rock on. That sound you were looking for.
Ez, please roll a 1d6 for the damage.
I feel bad. I'm going to kill Mort's character and I don't want to.
4. Christ.
Okay, so Piper and Reeve, please reduce your current hit points by 4.
Do we have to roll for initiative?
We might do.
Well, Codgar and Robert, as you two are unaffected by this spell, you have the necessary situational awareness to be able to take a quick surveillance of the reactions of the rest of the people in the room. Thankfully, you didn't actually injure anyone outside of the radius of your little table here, but you did annoy a couple of people. Most notably, the person working the bar, a human woman, who has now started to scowl in your direction and is doing that, trying to change her perspective slightly, looking over shoulders and such, trying to get an idea as to whether or not you just broke something. Which,
right.
If you look down at the table, I did mention that you have stripped the varnish.
That's okay. I can fix it.
You have prestidigitation or something?
Better.
Ah. Nice.
I thought you were going to say minor illusion.
No.
Give me a perception check, Cardgar.
Okay, perception. There we go.
As you quickly and hastily begin the process of casting Mending, you look over to the owner of the bar and notice that she seems to have picked up on the fact that you're casting some kind of additional magics and is now rapidly marching in your direction.
Do I have time to finish the mending before she arrives?
If you take a look at the casting time for Mending, you will notice it's 1 minute. You may be able to you may be able to repair the table in time, but not without one of your companions making a distraction.
Don't worry, bro. I've got your back. Sorry, Kiki, you want to jump in?
Yeah, I wanna do a minor illusion to put the image of a waiter or a waitress, one of the serving staff, walking in front of her with a full tray of beers, so that she has to stop and let him pass.
All right. I would say cast the minor illusion, and then you're going to have to you're going to have to give me a deception check. Or alternatively, go into some detail as to how exactly you're going about this.
Where is it? I'm just finding it here. No larger than a 15-foot cube. Yeah, I can do this. I've got silent image here, right?
Yes.
So I can make. So I can make a the image of a member of bar staff walking past with a massively stacked tray of drinks that looks like if you bump them, they're going to throw it all over the floor and you're going to lose about half your glassware. And it's all full, so it's going to make everything sticky if you don't let them pass. And they're going to travel from one table, from the end of the bar, and they're going to quickly zip around and be in front of them, and they're going to do the whole stepping side to side thing, trying to let each other pass.
You see, as you have this illusion set up, you have them walk out from seemingly behind a pillar that should be far too narrow to conceal a construction of this variety, which somehow manages to fool the barmaid who making her way in your direction. As the barmaid and the man with the drink start to get close, you see as she attempts to she halts in her tracks. There's a look of surprise and somewhat apprehension on her face as she realizes that this apparently brand new member of staff is taking on such a massive load. And you see as she reaches forward to try and help out, you know that if she were to touch the illusion, that it would be shattered and she would immediately see through it. What do you do?
I'm going to hope that it buys enough time for the table to be fixed and that she'll be surprised by it. And it's just buying time.
Can I see this illusion as well?
Yes, you can.
I can. In that case, I'm going to jump up and
before you claim what you're going to say,
right? You
are unaware that this is an illusion.
That's fine. That's fine. I'm going to intercept the bar staff that is incoming, and I'm going to comment to the illusionary wench, going, "My word, that's a mighty load you've got there. Come and see me later, darling, and I'll give you another one." And then compliment the bar owner, who I'm assuming is unaware of her, and go, "Please do forgive my friend. We are getting a little carried away with our jamming. We are but mere players and bards who are here to entertain, and we are discussing and entertaining and trying to come up with a new sound to entertain the folks of this land. May we put on a performance for you here tonight? Maybe we can drum up some extra customers, and perhaps there's a coin of gold or two to be had in the process." And I smile my sweetest smile when I do that.
As you go through this, you see as the barmaid is in a state of vague shock. You can see that you have effectively stunned her with this blatant show of misogyny, followed up by this tirade of what effectively amounts to making an ad hoc business deal, moments after your companion has visibly shattered one of her table's varnishes. And after apparent lapse of judgment, she manages to shake herself of this state of surprise that you have induced upon her as she barges past towards the table. Thankfully, the excessive amount of wording and verbiage that you used to make this business offer gave your companion just a sufficient amount of time, such that when she arrives at the table, she says, "Look what you've done to the table."
All part of the show, darling. All part of the show.
I give her my best innocent look and just smile innocently.
Look, you four gonna order some drinks or what?
Absolutely.
Oh yes, drinks.
A round for everyone, I think. What have you got? What's your best ales?
Beer.
Beer? Fantastic. I think I will go for an entire half pint.
A half pint?
Right.
What are you talking about?
I can't, they don't serve whole pints, do they? How will I ever fit him? Go on then.
I just turn to her and say, 4 pints.
Pints?
I slap Trig on the back and say, it's all right. You pace yourself through it, you'll be just fine.
You will have to carry me back if I... Oh, fair enough. So what do you say, love? What do you say? Shall we put on a performance for you and your kind personnel and lovely customers here? Lovely lady court like you's got to have someone playing in her pub.
You can tell that she's still reeling from the nature of these last several minutes. And she just says, one thing at a time, love. And she walks off, presumably to go and fetch some drinks. Congratulations, you've just sufficiently gotten through your first self-made disaster.
Guys, we won our first encounter. Level ups all around.
Right, in that case, okay, so both of you are down by 4 hit points. I can cast Cure Wounds if we need to. How badly hurt are you?
I'm on over half.
I'm on over half as well.
Crikey. Right.
Do you have tinnitus?
So tell me, what was Reeve doing during all of that? You were fairly quiet, much.
Reeve is essentially hiding, sort of trying to make himself as invisible as possible, because although he's although he's desperate to set off with these new people, he's also aware that a fair amount of the regulars in this pub may know his face, and he's not looking to get in any sort of trouble with people he may be somewhat familiar with.
But Reeve's a human, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm just going to compliment Reeve for being culturally sensitive and trying coming down to our level.
Yeah, I'm also going to compliment Reeve on being immensely effective at hiding for someone of his height amongst such a small crowd.
Well, before we do that, would Reeve please make a stealth check? You do so by taking a look at the same area of the character sheet where you just made your saving throw from, except look a little bit further down towards where all of the skills are. Stealth is second from the bottom. Ah, excellent.
19, nice.
Wait, where's Reeve
19? With a 19, Reeve is effectively able to do a very accurate impression of a statue. It seems as though in the heightened state of anger and confusion that you can only assume that the T-Rex side of the brain that the woman was operating on failed to notice you due to your perfect stillness. Reeve, you can be fairly confident that so far the bar staff aren't actually aware that you're in the building.
Wonderful.
So, what do you get up to next? The bar is yours, and there's a mildly annoyed but somewhat bemused woman currently pouring out a quadrant of pints.
I don't know what she's annoyed at. We haven't done anything yet.
Made a lot of noise, but no, I'm going to basically follow her back while she's pouring the pints, and try and hop up on a stool so I can see over the bar, and continue to try and chat her up, essentially. So darling, is there a Mr. Barkeep? Yeah. I mean, you don't ask, you don't find out. Am I right?
If you're asking if I've got a husband, no.
Okay, good. No one to chase me off in the morning, eh? Flashes charming grin again. No, sorry about what happened earlier. Like I said, we were just getting a bit, carried away.
Make an insight check for me.
An insight check.
Perfect. You can tell that while she rolled her eyes at that comment, huffed and turned back to pouring the pints, there was definitely something there.
Now, what does this lass look like? Is she your usual sort of cleanly bar wench? Is she a particular looker, or am I chasing after the local moose?
The woman is in a interesting dichotomy, whereas she definitely has the body of somebody that you'd be wanting to chase after. Her face isn't so beautiful. She doesn't quite have the manly visage as what Ez has just posted, but she's somewhere along the lines of, shall we say German in facial structure.
A fixer-upper, someone in need of attention.
Or perhaps someone in need of a paper bag.
Oh, okay. German chicks are alright. What are you talking about?
Yeah, think German chick named Helga, though.
Oh, shot putting champion.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
She looks like the kind of woman that would achieve airtime when giving birth.
Right, okay, so, yeah. Well, we've got to do a bit of flirting so that I'm after the gig. I just want them to.
Jesus Christ!
That's
not
horrifying.
That is that Michael Jackson?
No, that's Natalia Kutsunova. She's from Russia, and she's the world's most muscular woman.
Oh, Christ.
Terrifying. And yeah,
I feel like when I look upon that face that I'm staring at a death mask.
It is. She is very Russian looking, though. That is I knew she was Russian before you said it.
This picture is the reason that Dai didn't end up playing the Boobarian.
By the way, in terms of physical build, the torso is about on par, but the arms and legs aren't quite there when I'm talking to this particular woman here.
Okay. So as she turns around, so what about this gig then? What about this gig, darling? Can we entertain you and your fine customers?
She turns around again and seems to take stock of you. There's a pause, and she says, I'll have to speak to the boss, and he's not in right now.
Fair enough. Tell you what, send him over to the table. We'll give him a bit of a sing-song and see if we can't convince him.
All right.
Lovely.
Go back to your table, or your drinks are ready.
Smashing. Crikey, is that what a pint is? I've never seen a pint before. That's a big drink. Fantastic. Right, and trots off.
I love the fact that you've apparently chosen the stereotype of the midget who can't shut up.
I mean, I'm a halfling bard, of course I have.
We've long established that Trig can only play one character himself.
Hey, I'm not a midget. What are you talking about?
So,
let me get that picture of you and Oozlu standing next to each other.
No, don't have me standing next to Oozlu. Oozlu is a giant.
Oh, you're going to love taking pictures next to me, Trig. I'm 5'9".
Well, so am I. That's fine. Perfect.
Yep, perfect.
So am I.
Average height for the win.
Okay, no pictures including much. Anyway. A moment later, a tray of 4 pints of beer, which, surprisingly enough, seemed to be of a fairly decent variety are placed on the table in front of you, and the woman stands there looking expectantly.
Can I, while this is going on, can I put together an unseen servant as a ritual? Can I just like sit there and poke about with my bagpipes and quietly pipe up an unseen servant while things are going on in the background?
You certainly can. You can just be tooting away on your bagpipe as the lowest available possible. Wait, is it a bagpipe or is it a panpipe?
It's a bagpipe, and yes, I've spoken to bagpipers, and it does not have a lowest possible volume. It has one volume.
No, it doesn't. Panpipes do. Bagpipes don't. There's a reason why, for a long time, bagpipes were classified as a weapon in English law.
Yep.
I mean, I've also got a horn.
If you are indeed using your bagpipes to go through the ritual casting process of creating an unseen servant, you will be interrupted by the most foul of scowls at your and in your general direction. Specifically from the woman who, if you had to guess, is moments away from picking you up and throwing you out the door herself.
I mean, judging by that picture, it looks like she can probably manage it quite easily.
It is an above-average woman and a halfling.
Easy, but still warming up.
She looks at you after you've presumably continued to play and says, "Cut that out! Play quieter!"
You don't go quieter. I'm quieter than him, and I point at the dwarf.
She looks at the dwarf, looks back to you and says, "You claim to be quieter than a blast of lightning. Congratulations. Cut it out."
Thunder,
and then turns and she at that she was going to turn to the rest of the table in general, and then she turns to you and says, "Right then, so you can be the one to pay for the drinks. That'd be a silver piece. Thank you very much."
You stick it on the tab.
Intending on paying the round anyway. He's the one who ordered it, so he tosses her the silver piece.
Okay, go ahead and deduct 1 gold piece and replace it with 9 silver pieces in your inventory.
I have done so.
Do I manage to get the unseen servant off, or is that ritual cancelled?
I believe a ritual cast is 10 minutes, and that is most certainly longer than what you have been playing for. You likely would have been able to get about 30 seconds into the ritual process before she told you to cut it out. Perhaps if you chose a less obnoxious musical instrument, you might be able to get further.
But there's always space for bagpipes.
Yes, in a loud rock ballad, definitely. Completely agree. However, just alone in a tavern by itself, it does sound a little bit like you're killing the local cats.
even with this ability, I'm naturally stealthy.
Okay, so you can hide behind the curtains and strangle the cats there.
I think we've established that do not have a quiet mode.
Yes, they don't.
Right, I will play exactly the same thing, note for note, but quieter on a horn.
Okay.
Add horn noise.
When you stop playing the horn, you notice that the woman looks in your direction and then goes back to what she was doing, which is apparently bringing a wet rag over the top of a bar. She is apparently willing to accept whatever you're currently up to.
Are you playing that Picking Up the Turnips song again?
You know what? I've got one better. I'll stop the Picking Up the Turnips song.
Suddenly I've just lost sound. Give me a moment.
Ironic that he loses sound whilst listening to Bards.
Yep.
Right, I can hear you again now.
Damn it. We should have all stayed silent after he said that. You know what? I will stop the Picking Up the Turnips song then, and I will change it instead to obnoxious walking noises to the steps of the most engorged person in the room.
Don't you need a tuba for that?
I can do it with a horn.
You can, but it wouldn't have the same effect as with a tuba.
So you just go behind the fat person, essentially.
No, from across the room.
From across the room. Okay.
Well, the largest person in the room is probably the one behind the bar. You're not entirely sure about the other clientele, as they're all still sat down. If you want, you could make a perception check to try and figure out who's the largest.
Yeah, let's see. Let's roll for detect fat people.
That's simple. You just throw small objects around the room and see when it bends. You're probably getting it near a fatty.
You're almost right. It has to be a piece of food, though.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, it's okay. I'll just do a little ditty and get my silent image up. Not unseen servant even.
Well, if you continue to play in a subdued manner, you are uninterrupted and able to get out the unseen servant. That being said, around this time, a very elderly-looking dwarven man steps into the room. You see that he's apparently missing a chunk out of his left ear and walks with a cane of sorts. If you were to look at him in a wizard's costume, you would swear you were looking at a half-height Gandalf. But alas, he is but merely a dwarven man with a severe lack of hair on top of his head and a sufficient abundance of it below.
Missing part of his ear, you say? Is he an older gentleman, perhaps blonde?
No, he's grey. He's grey all over, and it's a chunk of his left ear that's missing, not the right.
You see, there's a guy who's probably disappointed that he didn't get to hear the rest of the bagpipes.
Well, as he steps in, he takes a quick surveillance of the area and makes apparently special note of the denizens of your table. He begins to make his way over and specifically addresses Motch's character, Reeve, and says, "Hello, Reeve. Fancy seeing you here. Care to introduce your friends?"
Oh, hello. Yes. I found some more musicians, you see. They're going to take me away from here we're going to make it big and change the world.
Oh, good to hear, good to hear. When will you be shipping off?
Oh,
Yet to figure that part out, have you?
Yes, quite.
Right, well, I'm sure that you'll be able to figure out something soon. I hope Nancy over there hasn't been giving you too much trouble. You presume that he's referring to the barmaid.
No, not at all. Not at all. Sorry, allow me to introduce myself. Good. I'm Robert. This is Piper, and sorry, I've forgotten your name. Cardigan.
It's not often that I see. It's not often that I see folks shorter than myself.
Well, that surprises me. You're clearly a man of a giant stature. For a dwarf.
He looks a little surprised at that for a moment, and as soon as "you're a dwarf" comes out of the lips, you see I would say a toothy grin crack along his face, but there's not enough teeth there for it to be a toothy grin. He laughs and says, you've got a sense of humor on you. That's good. That'll take you far in a world like this.
Oh, we're travelling players. Got to have a sense of humour, and when you wander in lands like this, trying to earn a meagre pittance as you travel from town to town, playing for your supper, essentially.
I wouldn't know. What's your names, fellas? And not so fella. He nods at Kiki.
Well, yeah. As I said, I'm Robert. This is Cardigar, and this is Piper, and of course you know Reeve.
No, not your names. Your stage names. Oh, Kirk, by the way.
Kirk, a pleasure. Well, we've been toying with the name of and I break out the lute and give it a bit of a power chord and go Earth, Wind, and Shire, wow, etc. What do you reckon?
He looks a little confused at that, but then nods and says, "Aye, I can see that working."
He doesn't like it.
Why the earth and fire?
Fire?
I can see the earth and the dwarf there, but
wind and Shire. It's all right. We're halflings. We come from a bit of a.
I'm a little harder hearing. Sorry.
We wouldn't want to be infringing on anybody else's IP. So no, it's definitely Shire, not fire.
Hang on. I thought we were Storm, Earth, and Shire.
Uh-oh.
No, that just doesn't have the ring to it. It just doesn't have the... Yeah.
You see as he quickly turns around and begins making his way towards the back of the bar, you feel as though he's trying to avoid an impending argument that he feels he may have just inadvertently caused.
I'm the storm here, clearly.
Yeah, the wind. You're the wind. You're the
earth. I thought I was the wind.
Well, that too. Oh, well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The name's catchy, okay? It's all about the having some pizzazz, guys. Pizzazz. You know about that, right? You've got it. Flaunt it.
My God just shakes his head in disappointment. It's like, thought I was the storm. Wind.
Well, I would flaunt it, but she, and I point to the lady behind the bar, doesn't seem to like it when I play my instrument.
Play bagpipes. They've got an amazing sound on it. But that sound by itself, when unaccompanied and in the wrong place, does sound a little bit like you're killing the local wildlife, and it's
Kiki,
not happy about it. Just saying.
As you pointed towards the bar and said she doesn't like it, you notice that she is walking in the direction of your table again. You can see from the look on her face that there's something concerning her.
Can I down my pint? Or try to. If she heads to over. And do I need to do a Constitution saving throw to do that?
Not a Constitution saving throw, just a Constitution check. That would be
Constitution check. Just a straightforward, quick Constitution button.
I'd say you're able to. I'd say you're able to fully neck what's left of the drink, but you definitely feel as though you may have just imbibed a little bit too much material for the moment.
Well, yeah,
you'll have to take a moment to steady yourself.
I'm 3 foot tall. A pint is freaking like 2 steins for a normal human.
You hear Cargo mumbling. It's like a storm. Storms are strong, a powerful wind. Really a wind?
Oh, she's wind. Look, she's earth. Then you're earth. You're a dwarf. You are of the earth. You're like you got rock mining, iron work, and thumping sounds. It's okay. Earth then. Earth.
Well,
he stares at you like critically, and then afterwards said, "Oh, that's all right then," and takes a strong swig of his drink.
While we're having this argument, I would quite like to have my unseen servants just testing the coin purses on the belts of the other patrons, see which ones are reasonably weighty and suitably inebriated. They might not notice if they come untied.
All right. Well,
you're
as
just
you
going
are
around
doing
feeling
this,
all the pouches in the room, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but with a ghost.
Yeah.
Well, as you arrive, you notice as you're doing this, you notice as the barmaid arrives, and as what is apparently Nancy steps forward and says, "Well, I can't believe I'm saying this, but the old man's given you the go-ahead. When are you thinking you're gonna play?"
Fantastic. Well, I reckon we have a bit of a warm up. You get some announcement on. Maybe we can get someone running around town. Let them know, and you know, see if we can draw up an audience or two.
So tomorrow then.
I could do it tonight. What time is it? What time is it? I've lost track of it. Is it? We can put on a.
It's as you are muttering this aloud, you take a look out the window and notice that whereas when you initially came to this tavern, it was in the middle of the day, it is now in the evening, which you presume is the reason why there are even people around, having spent the day in the fields or whatever profession they work at, and having come to the tavern to drink to have some drinks for the evening.
In that case, I think this is a great idea. We'll set it up for tomorrow because the night is drawing on. We'll get word around. We'll rustle up some people. We'll have a slap up performance tomorrow, and see if we can't rustle up some travelling cash. What do you think, guys? Does that sound like a plan? And work on some tunes. Maybe get you two patched up a little bit as well, because that power chord earlier was a bit on the heavy side, wasn't it, mate?
Argo looks a little bit sheepish about that, and well, if you were made of wood or metal, commend you up quick as you like.
I mean, you keep doing this. Last time, my ears were bleeding a week.
That just shows you don't appreciate good music.
I am going to, as I get the feeling we're going to be able to have a long rest or a good night's sleep fairly rapidly. I am actually going to use both my my spell slots and do a cure wounds on the two party members that are below half health.
Righto.
So somebody have 11 hit points, and somebody else have 5.
Well, they both lost 4 each, so that's sufficient to heal both of you to max.
Right, good.
So, after witnessing this minor miracle, the barmaid Nancy looks towards the 4 of you, and specifically with special interest on Robert, and says, "Well, I'm as interested in you are as making sure that all this goes smoothly. So give me a gold piece, and anybody who comes in over the next 24 hours, I'll make sure they know to stick around and see the show later on. How about that?"
Have I managed to find?
Okay, but we get a cut of the take tomorrow night. for the bar, cut the profits, and any tips. How's that? If we're putting in gold to, does that sound like a deal?
She looks at you for a moment, literally down her nose at you, and says, "We're already letting you use the space."
Oh yeah, but we're letting you use the talent.
I'm gonna go for a bit of persuasion here. Any extra business that you get tomorrow, any extra on top of what you normally make, any extra, we get 10% off, plus any tips that we make.
I'd like to strum a few chords of bardic inspiration on that.
Sure. Go ahead and roll an additional d6 if you like, Trig.
I will do that.
Nice.
Nice indeed.
Quick question, Ginger. Are we allowed to stack bardic inspiration?
No. I was going to say we can do a lot of bardic inspiration. I don't know if we can, but we can probably just give one each.
You can inspire each other, but you cannot stack inspiration onto the same person.
Oh, that'd be amazing. We go into like a stealth op, and we can give a good toot of the bagpipes, a power chord, and whatever our newbie plays, and the person can sneak through it, no problem.
Yep. Or crack out a quick power chord and then stealth like crazy. The enemies were there going, "What the fuck was that?"
Well, you see,
Stairway to Heaven for a second there.
You see as Nancy looks at you with a look of simultaneous mild incredulousness and also mild confusion, and says, "You know what? I don't like that deal that you just said. How about this? You get all your tips and half of what we make on top of a normal night."
Done.
Deal?
Done. And I chuck her a gold piece for that.
She catches the gold piece, turns on her heel, and walks away. You get the impression that maths isn't her strong suit.
Yep. Yep. I turn around to the lads and go, "Yes." A couple of thumbs up, and right. We need to work on our tunes. A bit Bill and Ted-ish. We actually need to learn to play together.
Yes, and we probably should work out what Reeb actually plays.
Yes, that is a good question. Reeve, buddy, new friend. You claim to be a liar. You a liar, right? Okay. Give us a few notes.
I'd rather she tell the truth, to be honest.
Yes, a liar and a player.
Awesome. So we will spend some time, I guess, sort of working on a new sound, maybe, and maybe we'll throw in a picking up the turnips, if you insist, Piper.
It gets the sing along.
So much. Why don't you go ahead and give us a performance check in order to give a brief demonstration to your fellow bards as to what level of talent they should expect from you.
Not one. Nearly.
With what is evidently...
I feel I shall bardically inspire again.
Okay, so with a bit of... So, to roll an additional d6 much, you type in a / and then R space 1d6. Perfect.
Lovely.
With a total of a 13, you hear not an especially rousing or exceptional piece of lyre playing, but definitely looks like that he was taught by somebody with a degree of talent.
So we've got. So yeah, but remind me, as you're basically playing a guitar, yeah,
Basically bass.
A bass guitar.
My character's portrait he's holding is guitar.
Yeah, that's clearly an electric guitar.
Shush. It's a metal guitar.
It's a metal guitar.
We've argued that the guitar that Ez is playing is
it's an axe.
It's effectively a custom-made item that, whilst in a definitely incomplete state, is capable of putting out some bass-like notes. But the sound is, as I say, it's indistinct, but it's impossible to properly describe what's missing from it.
Right. So I suggest we put together a kind of, we've got the woodwind section, we've got a power guitar section, we'll have a bit of a rhythm, and then we use some illusory stuff to give us our drums and sort of percussion bit in the background just to run along with. I reckon we do a bit of practicing over the evening and then run around tomorrow, rustle up some extra customers, and get this show on the road. But in the meantime, let's get more drinks.
Have you even finished yours?
Yeah, I downed mine earlier. That's why I did a constitution roll.
Oh.
Yeah, you sort of make that constitution roll.
Your round, I guess.
My round? I just handled the marketing and deal cut. Fine. I'll go and get a beer and get some beers in.
Hang on. Have I managed to find a suitable coin purse that might not be noticed?
Your unseen servant. You can't perceive its perceptions. So by telling it to go around and basically examine the sacks of all of the men in the room, you have effectively just mildly molested everybody without actually achieving much, I'm afraid.
I can look from across the room and gauge who's going, here, my coin purse is moving, and who's
Yes, but you could have achieved this by just simply observing.
You could also have your not that I would be suggesting that you do such a thing. You could also have your unseen servant give you some sort of sign when it finds one that is particularly bulgy, shall we say, or heavy.
Well, this is the thing. It can go and do that while I keep a glance across from over the room and gauge it based on people's reactions. I don't need to know its feelings.
Well, so far, your unseen servant has managed to examine the coin purses of several members of the crowd. But again, you don't actually have an idea as to what the results of this examination are. But it's around this moment that you suddenly spot the breasts of the woman I mentioned earlier beginning to move around seemingly by themselves, followed by an immediate scream and a panic and flailing of said woman. Around this moment, you feel as though the unseen servant is suddenly dissipated.
Nicely done. Bit of booby molestation whilst you're at it. Hilarious.
Kiki, it didn't get to like experience any of this herself, though, did she?
No, but
no, she didn't.
But the great thing is that woman over there now probably suspects one of the blokes that next to her has done something.
I will point out one thing, however. As the woman suddenly started having her breasts jiggled and she started screaming and flailing, you all heard jingling.
Oh. You guys have found the jackpot.
What, a chainmail bra?
You reckon, Bob, you can get into that woman's room tonight?
Rarely have I found a bra I could not undo. Leave it to me.
Looks like she's hiding some presents for us in that.
Oh, well, we'll see what we can do. We'll see what we can do. I'm going to, in that case, start making the rounds, just popping around. Well, actually, first I'm going to go up to the bar and buy a round of drinks for our table. I'm also going to send a round of drinks to the table with the two gentlemen and the lady with the jingling boobs. I take it that will be like 2 silver or something?
Yes, that is 2 silver in order to order a round for yourself and a round for the other table.
I will do that. And make sure the ladies' drink is a particularly nice one, the best thing that we've got there. And you know, send it over there with my compliments.
Alright, so 4 beers for your table, and for the other table, 2 beers and a beer in a clean glass.
Absolutely. The cleanest glass you've got. Send it with my compliments.
You notice that upon the drinks arriving at the other table, that the woman apparently takes a look in your direction and gives a well, let's be honest, it can really only be described as what it is, a slutty smile.
I will raise my glass to her and give her a fairly slutty smile straight back, and nod my head to the 2 guys sitting next to her and go, all right.
As you can only, as the rest of you see this interaction occur between Robert and this unnamed woman, you can only feel that a chill run down your spines as you notice that a pact of some kind has just been signed with an unknown cost.
Hardgod just laughs and slaps Robert on the back.
This should get funny in a minute. And at that point, I think I'm going to start taking the mickey out to the 2 guys that are sitting on either side of her, making somewhat of a joke about perhaps the size of their manhood being lesser than mine, and even for a guy twice the size of me, I bet they're only half the size, if you know what I mean. And
oh no, he's making a mockery of them viciously.
Yes.
Oh dear. Okay. Go ahead and actually act out precisely what it is you do.
Right, okay. In that case, first give me a description of the 2 guys that are there.
The one on the left is a man that can best be described with shapes. All of those shapes evoke the visage of roundness. The one on the right, on the other hand, is similar in terms of overall stature, but apparently makes some effort to avoid excessive fat on his body. He appears to be someone who is much more properly built and has been attracting most of the attention of the, as up until now, unnamed woman throughout the evening.
In that case, I'm going to definitely start taking the mickey out of him first. We're going to get a move on to Fatty in a minute, but certainly, is he a particularly good looking guy? Does he have a mustache? Does he, you know, basically, I'm just we as I said, he's twice the size of me, but actually, in actual fact, I bet you he's half the size of me, if you know what I mean, lads. Hey, all right, lads, how's it going? You having a good night? Are you? All right, darling. Enjoying your drink. There's more where that comes from.
The woman doesn't say anything, but smiles in your direction, whilst the more slender of the two men looks at you and kind of puffs up in his chest and says, "What do you want?"
Probably the same thing you do, mate. But I'm going to get it.
Go ahead and make a go ahead and make a performance check.
A performance check.
Uh-huh. You see as your scathing remarks, backed up by just a hint of psychic attack from vicious mockery, manages to thoroughly piss the man off. He steps out from behind the table and takes a step towards you and says, You got some business that you want to be making?"
"Yeah, with your girl over there." "What's it to you?" "You're not my type, mate. I'm sorry. I mean, I know I'm a stunning example of a man, but you're just really I'm not interested, mate. I'm sure you'll find someone soon. But no, like I said,
a 13 hit.
Does a 13 hit?
Yes. What is your AC?
My AC is 15.
You manage to deftly step out of the way as his head is rapidly brought down to yours in an attempt at headbutting you. You see as this happens, the woman behind him first gasps and then fails to stifle a laugh.
How far away is all this from where we're sitting?
Well, he's obviously within headbutting range all of a sudden.
Oh yeah, he squared right up to you. As I say, he stepped out from behind the table and made his way towards where you were standing. I assume that what's happened here is that Robert has stepped away from the rest of the party, made his way over to the table to introduce himself, and thus gotten himself into a bit of a one-on-one here.
Fair enough.
Can we see this from our table?
Oh, absolutely. In fact, this has suddenly gotten the attention of everyone.
Is it all within earshot?
Yes, it most definitely is.
Fantastic. Directing it at him, but talking to the rest of the party sat at the table here. I'm gonna say, look at that fatso, he can't even land a headbutt. I bet he'd roll if he knocked hard enough. And make a vicious mockery myself.
Ooh. Okay, go ahead. I'm just going to go ahead and roll a wisdom saving throw here. He just simply throws a middle finger up in your direction, Kiki.
Meanwhile, that's okay. It opens it up for someone else to follow. I
was going to say, should we be on a?
I'd say there's no reason to. I'd say there's no reason to roll initiative right now.
Okay.
Just everybody take turns as and when they want to. So far, it's gone in the order of the unnamed man, or the unnamed victim, as I think I'm going to refer to him. Trig, Kiki, who's next?
Well, meanwhile, as this is all going on, Hardgar's going to just casually get out from his chair and head over there and attempt, when he gets there, to suddenly put the man who tried to headbutt Trig into an arm lock.
Okay, so
headlock, as I meant to say.
Since you say that you're doing this with a degree of casualness to you, I presume you are intending to make this somewhat of a surprise attack. Am I right?
Oh yes, yeah. I just walk over there casually, smiling.
In that case, I would ask that you roll your choice of either a stealth or a deception check.
Given my stealth is a negative, I think I'll go with deception.
I envision funny things occurring in the next set of turns. Reeve, one of your new companions has suddenly got himself into an altercation with a man twice his size. What are you going to do? March, are you there?
Yeah, sorry.
Question, Ginge. Reeve is from this town. Would Reeve recognize this large gentleman?
Yes, Reeve would. If Reeve wishes to, she can. Well, if Motch wishes to, simply say the word, and I shall have Reeve relay a set of important bits of information to the rest of the party.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
March, if you'd like, we can skip over what you're up to if you're busy with real life things.
No, sorry, just bad at thinking on my feet with this kind of thing. Sorry.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Shall I make a suggestion?
Yes, please.
Okay. Your friend, who is standing approximately 20 feet away from you, has just gotten into an altercation with a man that you know to be somewhat of the self-proclaimed hardest man in the room. He often likes to make himself out to be the most physically capable young man in the village, and yet has never had a girlfriend. Use this information to your will. Should you wish, a vicious mockery could be used, or alternatively, any other of your spells. If you so wish, you could always run over there and simply join in with the fight, and instead of making it a 2v1, make it a 2v1 versus a 1v1. Given that you have background information on the man, should you make a vicious mockery with a properly made insult, he will have disadvantage in trying to resist the psychic damage inflicted upon his psyche.
Yes, I will do a vicious mockery. Along the lines of basically insinuate that he can't even do a fight properly, so what makes him think he's going to be able to defend a woman?
Aha. And how exactly do these words leave the lips of Reeve? I recommend that if you are able to, you consider this somewhat of a theatre performance, and you actually speak through the lips of your character and unleash a verbal slap in the face.
My goodness. This man, he thinks he can... Oh, he thinks he's going to be able to defend a woman. He can't even get her. He can't even get between the two of them here. What makes him think he's going to be able to do it when she's actually his?
Right, okay. So, go ahead and click the Vicious Mockery spell in your spell sheet. You inflict 1 psychic damage upon him. Let's see if he's able to resist that. No need for a second roll. That is a failure. You see as a notable vein pops in his forehead as these words land on his psyche and inflict what can best be described as a mortal wound. At the very least, that's how he perceives it. Okay, so we cycle back round to the man who, in response to this sudden insult, looks towards you, Reeve, completely ignoring the midget in front of him, and begins walking his way in your direction, shouting, "Who the fuck do you think you are, you slimy little shit?" among various other pejoratives. It's going to take him a moment to get over to you, though. So, Reeve, whilst this man is making his way towards you, there is an attack of opportunity open to the halfling directly in front of him.
Mm-hmm.
Trig, do you take this opportunity?
I am going to take this opportunity and deliver more vicious mockery of, oh, look at the big man running away from the 3-foot little halfling. Oh, is he scared? He can't hit me, so he may as well go and pick on someone his own size, I guess. Frightened, isn't he? Look at him. Look at the little girly man run.
Oh, only one psychic.
I know, right? Gutted. It's only...
Well, once again, he fails. In fact, as he fails, he tries to turn on his heel to turn back at you. Apparently, slovenly manages to ram his head into a local support pillar and thoroughly bonks his forehead on the upright log. He stuns himself in his confusion.
I will roar with laughter. And is he knocked out or is he just dazed?
He's definitely dazed. He's in that sense of you know when have you ever had the experience of having walked into a lamppost and that moment of did that really just happen?
Unfortunately, I have indeed been distracted by people who were talking to me who have actually walked me into a lamppost whilst very drunk. So yes, I know that feeling, and at full pace, that is quite the stunning hit.
Yes, that is precisely what has just happened to him right now.
Quick, someone pants him.
Well, speaking of, we have a Kiki who's up next.
Yeah, I am actually going to do a silent image while he's stunned. I'm gonna stick up a silent image, and this illusion is going to be of a blindfold around his head.
Cunning.
Interesting.
Cunning indeed. I like it.
Okay. I'm going to make a suggestion. A blindfold is an object that he could feel and therefore immediately recognize as an illusion, and it would take little more than stepping slightly to the left in order to defeat this.
Yeah, but it can move with him.
If, however, you were to make it a beach ball-sized blob of darkness that tracks his head to the best of your ability, that would be considerably more effective.
It would be. It's less funny, but sure.
Right. So, at this point, the man is dazed, and suddenly he realizes that he's gone blind. Well, at least as far as he's concerned, he's gone blind. He releases what can best be described as a horrified shriek. Meanwhile, Cardgar.
Yes.
I believe you're on the warpath.
Oh no, I'm just having a nice jaunty walk until I get to my destination. I want to basically grab him, get my arm around his neck, and give him some nuggies until he surrenders.
All right, that sounds like a grapple check to me. Go ahead and roll for me an athletics check.
Athletics. I can do that. No, I can't.
Oh dear. Let's see if he rolls even worse.
I don't suppose anyone's being like inspiring me.
Is he at disadvantage because he's blind?
And dazed. He certainly would be. No.
You know what? You do make a good point. He would be at disadvantage on this. So I'm going to roll. I'm going to roll his counter athletics check. Let's see here. I'm afraid that he does manage to break out of your grasp. At the very least, he manages to prevent you from being able to get a decent hold on him.
I don't suppose anyone wants to bardically inspire me.
I'm not sure we can with this turn order, because we get like one action per.
I would allow you to. Since this isn't technically combat, we're being very open with the flow of events right now.
Fine, have some bagpipe inspiration.
Okay. Roll an additional d6 on his behalf, Kiki.
Sure.
If you roll a 4 or higher, Khadgar's efforts succeed. Unfortunately, you didn't. I guess it just wasn't meant to be.
Oh well.
I'll let you take one additional minor action as part of this section of the events, Ez.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Can I kick him in the shin? Wait, is he standing or on the ground?
He's currently kneeled over somewhat. He's halfway to the floor. It wouldn't take him much to get him on the ground.
Okay. I'm gonna kick him in the crown jewels then.
Oh, evil. Okay.
What? Do I need to roll for that or something?
Yes, I would say make a dagger attack. Except obviously this isn't actually you stabbing him. You're just going for the, as you say, the crown jewels with a fist.
Okay.
Oh
my day.
God. Oh my God.
How much have I been drinking?
I do quite like, but
I just imagine him just taking a big kick and then missing and just spinning around on the spot like a spinning top.
Do you not have vicious mockery or something?
I do not have vicious mockery. I have mending.
Currently, the man is stunned. Therefore, your attack has advantage.
Yeah.
Also, he can't see you.
Oh, that's fair enough. Yes, so I kick him in the nuts.
Right. As the foot makes contact with the precious cargo that this man carries, you all hear every single man in the room simultaneously go.
I too am going to go.
Solid hit is landed.
I too am going to go oof at that and go. That's a bit much, mate. I know he wasn't going to use them tonight, but I turn around and wink at the girl. You know.
Oh, you said he didn't have much of one. I'm sure he'd be fine.
Is that another vicious mockery?
You know what? Why
not? At this point, I would say the man is barely holding himself together.
Yeah, let's not kill him with mockery.
No. He's barely holding himself together, but he's not quite defeated yet.
Okay, in that case, it was a vicious
I
mockery.
believe. Well, it's not quite your turn yet.
Fair enough.
Reeve, you have the opportunity to do something.
I was going to say that as soon as Reeve realized he had attracted the attention of the man with his insult, he turned white as a sheet, and all the pretense of bravado he had put on in insulting the man disappeared. However, now that the tide appears to be turning and the man is once again sort of on the back foot, he's puffing up his chest a little bit more to insult.
Righto. And do you attempt another vicious mockery, or are you going to go for something a little different this time?
I'd like to attempt another vicious mockery.
Okay. Anything in particular, or are you just going to insult his manhood, joining in with the apparently growing crowd of mockeries?
Reeve joins in with the growing crowd.
Okay. In that case, We'll say that your attempt at a vicious mockery is merely there to reinforce what Robert says next. What do you do to finish the man off? After, of course, his turn comes around, which he spends going... Go ahead, Trig.
Yeah, right. Basically, as I said, he's not going to be using them tonight. Wingsuit girl. I've got that covered. But nonetheless, you know. Also, congrats, guys. Congrats, mate. I didn't think you'd be able to find them, but you clearly did.
Well, after all of that, the man once again fails to resist the effects of your vicious mockery. And in one last act of defiance, he manages to whisper out a "fuck you" before collapsing to the ground, unconscious, holding his manhood, and letting out a soft sob.
I say we try and pick him up and stick him on a seat somewhere. Pat him on the back and go, there, it's alright. You'll get there eventually.
He's been humbled.
Yeah.
The rounded fellow at this point, by the way, has gotten up and is not running, but as quickly as you think he's able to comfortably manage, making his way out the door.
I give him a wicked grin, and then I move that wicked grin to an even more wicked grin to the buxom wench that they were failing to chat up.
The buxom wench in question takes slides slightly to her side and pats on the seat next to her.
I will
inviting you to sit down with her.
Scurry over there and hop up and click to the bar wench and go, another 2 beers over here if you would. Now, what should I call you, darling?
She looks at you with a smile and says, Stacy.
Stacy. Do you like eggs?
She's beaming with joy at this point. You could feel you get the very slight impression that there is just a tiny sadistic streak through this one. And she smiles and nods enthusiastically.
How do you like your eggs? Fertilized or unfertilized? Wink. cheesy line.
At this point, you see her mouth open wide in a look of feigned shock that you can tell she definitely practices on a regular basis when dealing with male partners.
I put my finger over her lips as if to shush her. It's like, it's alright, I'll find out later. And give her another grin.
She looks at you, takes your hand, holds it, and then begins to lick the fingers before giving you an impression that she's very much interested in taking you elsewhere.
I'm going to suggest we take this elsewhere and fade to black so we don't have to actually roleplay out the rest of this ginge, because that's going to make both of us uncomfortable.
Thank you very much.
Did you think your days of flirting with the male GM were over, Trig?
We discussed this earlier, and I did sort of say we will try to keep it to a minimum, but it's a bard. I'm a bard. I've got to go around shagging every eligible wench in the in the town.
Unfortunately, as the DM, I am obliged to play the part of the eligible wench.
So
yes, this campaign is going to be how many times per session can Trig chat up Ginge?
What have I got myself into?
Are you Kiki?
Oh God! Why did you have to put it into that light, Kiki?
Right. So what I'm going to do is obviously I'm going to see to this lass, make sure she has the night of her life. I'm going to try to get her a good full rest in the process myself, but we recharge our energies in different ways, and I'm also going to try to make sure that I either go to sleep after she does, So I'm going to try to put her in a coma, basically, which, you know, it can be done. And then I'm going to try and relieve her of as much gold as I possibly can, and then leave before she wakes up.
I'm going to ask you to make a roll of your choice here.
Sure.
And depending on the nature of the roll determines precisely how you go about treating the woman through the rest of the evening. You can either make an athletics check or a constitution saving throw.
I can't do a performance then. Shame. Well, my athletics is -3.
And
can I try acrobatics instead?
Before he goes up, as I see him disappearing, can I throw in a bardic inspiration?
Sure, go ahead. How exactly do you inspire your male companion?
I give him a light toot of the horn and a big thumbs up.
Very nice, very nice. As you and your new temporary companion are stepping out of the door, you hear your friend Piper pipe up and give you some additional encouragement. So,
excellent. Okay. So, is it? Can I talk you into an acrobatics?
Well, I'm going to give you an opportunity here.
Okay.
Convince me as the DM why you should be able to roll performance.
Well, because, as we all know, the act of pleasing a lady is as much performative as it is just. I mean, we're not just talking just pumping and grinding away here. I'm playing a halfling. I'm an agile little guy, but I'm not the strongest dude in the world. I'm going to have to sort of be working on moves that are long practiced. And as such, it is more of a performative action, and a deal of acrobatics as well, of flexibility and skill, rather than just pumping away at it.
So you're taking an artistic approach rather than a brute force approach.
Oh, absolutely! I'm going to make that lady have the best night of her life, and she is going to forget about all the coins in her bra. Which is good, because there won't be any there afterwards.
All right. You've convinced me. Go ahead and roll performance. And then afterwards, roll a d6 to determine the bonus from your bardic inspiration. I'd say with a total of 17, you end up making a woman very, very happy and very, very exhausted. You also discover that she has one hell of a set of lungs on her.
Mm-hmm. And so do the neighbours.
Also, incidentally, you notice that there's a reason why this woman apparently has so much coin on her. You come to the realization shortly after exhausting her that apparently she's the daughter of the mayor.
Perfect.
You strongly suspect that what you're about to steal is her equivalent of allowance/pocket money.
As I find out that she's the daughter of the mayor, I'm not going to steal it. In fact, I'm going to stay there for the morning to make sure she's equally pleased the following day. And I'm going to talk to her about her father and find out any information I can, and perhaps suggest that she encourage him to come see the performance tomorrow night, or actually that evening, it's the following day, and maybe we can have a performance later afterwards.
All right. With that in mind, the other three members of the party, during the evening in which your male halfling companion has gone missing, shall we say, what is it that the rest of you get up to?
We should carry this poor blind fellow outside.
I was gonna buy him a drink and commiserate him before going back to the table.
No, you kicked him hard in the knackers. That was nasty.
I know, it was a good fight.
Yeah, look, he's been solidly insulted and beaten. You then drop them outside the pub, and they go home feeling sorry for themselves.
I feel a bit bad for the guy, so that's fine. I'm going to buy him a drink, tell him, look, it's a good fight. You know, maybe next time guard yourself a bit better, and then I'll go back to everyone else.
Something that's worth noting about that entire experience, by the way. An unarmed strike, be it made with a fist or a foot, is the damage of that is determined by your strength plus a single point. So it's literally 1 plus strength. Now, because Khadgar apparently swings his dagger with brute force, with his strength modifier, and rolled a 1 on a d4, that 5 that you see there is the actual damage dealt to the man's nuts. Incidentally, it is also more damage than any of the other instances of damage applied to him during the rest of that little mini encounter.
Is he a Soprano now?
You have a feeling that you may have broken his dick.
I'm not doing anything about that. I say I'll buy him a drink.
I do have to also ask the question. You're a dwarf, right?
Yeah.
And you play like metal, rock style music, yeah?
Well, that's the intent. I haven't quite figured it out yet.
Does that mean you wear spiky boots?
I mean, can you see my character's picture?
Yes, we can. It's a bit small, but we can.
So yes, there are spikes. I don't know if there's spikes on the boots. I'm going to say there isn't, because that would be a bit too mean. But there are, let's say, there are metal studs.
Wow, for your version of being mean, we've gone from beating up the tough guy in the bar and getting his coin purse when we drop him off outside to we've had to pay for his drink.
Yeah, that's a dwarf thing. After a fight, you know, you have a laugh, you have a drink, and then you go your separate ways.
There's no laughing after this fight, my friend.
Weak.
Oh yes, there is.
I mean, yeah, from me, I've just nicked his girl after mocking him to death.
No, he'll learn his lesson.
Well,
shame.
The man who could very well never have a child again is currently in a state where, depending on where you dumped him, either outside of the bar or on a chair with a stiff drink in front of him, regardless of where he is, what is the rest of the party doing in response to his current state of being? Apparently, Khadgar is trying to make up with the man and try to become his friend. But what about the rest of you? Oh, also, it's worth bearing in mind that the barmaid has come over and provided a glass of something that most definitely is stronger than beer.
Oh, fantastic.
As she brings the beer over to the man, she says, "Cheer up, Rob," and puts it on the side and says, "This one's on the house."
Wait, his name's Rob?
It is.
Same name as Trix?
It is.
Oh no.
Remember when I said that Robert was a pretty good name for a human, but less so for a non-human? Well, it turns out that there's a human called Robert.
It's not exactly an uncommon name.
Yeah.
I just liked Robert Plant because, well, it's Robert Plant for a start, and Plant, halfling.
You know, I actually know a guy in real life called Robert Plant.
I mean, it is a fairly common name, and he is a very, very famous rock musician.
I wasn't aware of a rock musician called Robert Plant. Fair enough.
Oh.
No idea.
Yeah, no, he's fairly famous.
Fair enough. Yes. That being said,
yeah, he was the lead vocalist for Led Zeppelin.
the the recently denackered man is feeling very sorry for himself and has downed the slightly stiffer than just a standard beer drink that has been provided to him on the house. And the owner of the establishment, the very elderly dwarf, has come back down into the area and takes a look around and makes his way over to you, Reeves, and says, "Reeve, what happened? I've heard that there's been a fight, but, well, I can see a victim." Wait.
Yes, it was a bit of a commotion, actually. Yes, all my new friends. Well, they seem to be well, that's all happened quite quickly, honestly. There seemed to be a little bit of an exchange of words, and as well as it was all happened so fast. I was just over there. I wasn't involved at all, you understand. But yes, there was a bit of a commotion, I suppose.
Right. Well, I'm sure that you didn't have anything to do with it, the gentle soul that you are. And he pats you on the shoulder and makes his way over to the dwarf. What was your name? Cardgar, was it?
Aye. And you?
He looks hesitant for a moment and says, No, I don't think I should tell you my name. But tell me, what's happened here?
Cardgar regards the other dwarf critically for a moment, before shrugging and said, "Just teaching this young lad a lesson in how to treat people. It's all fine now. I think he's learned his lesson. Ain't that right, lad?"
You just see his... He attempts to take a deep breath in, and as he does so, you see him wince. And you just see as the elderly dwarf looks sympathetic to the to Rob here and says, "Well, let that be a lesson to you, lad. Don't go getting yourselves into fights that you know you can't win. It's a good way to lose something precious to you."
I reckon he already has.
Did you say that in person there, or is that something that Kiki said?
I'm going to subtly across the table say that to our new bandmates.
Well, the old dwarf man doesn't seem to spot that you'd said that, and just simply pats the kid on the shoulder again. Well, I say kid, the man on the shoulder, Rob, and then walks back out of the tavern again, which you can't help but find a little bit odd, given that it's now fairly late in the evening.
I mean, that's an odd thing, going out this late in the night.
So yeah, Reeve, what's up with that guy? I mean, where's he? He's not a vampire or something, is he?
I assume you are referring to the elderly dwarf.
Yeah.
Well, obviously, Motch isn't able to answer that question, so Motch, go ahead and roll for me a history check. You'll be able to find that by changing your character sheet over to the core section. It's just... perfect. What I'm going to relay to you now is obviously what Reeve is able to relay to the other people in the group. The old man who owns this tavern, he was once a soldier in the dwarven military. He was responsible for actually manning the various fortifications that once made up the fortress that eventually ended up becoming Noblegate. During a battle in which the vast majority of his battalion were wiped out, fending off an incoming siege from the, at the time, Stradivarian military, the dwarf ended up losing the vast majority of his people and effectively being disgraced in the eyes of the rest of his clan. He has, as a result, been rejected from the rest of his bloodline and lives in a somewhat self-imposed exile within the site of his greatest failure in life. All in all, it's not something that he likes to speak about, and his name isn't actually known to the townsfolk. It's also worth noting that he's the oldest of the dwarves in the town.
So he could be a vampire, but you don't know.
Really sure he had a reflection in his glasses.
Dwarven vampire. Unusual sight.
Dwarven vampires aren't impossible. That's all I'll say on the matter. But March, you haven't spoken in a little while. You are muted right now, if you weren't aware.
Yes, I'm still here, don't worry.
Righto. But yeah, so all that information that I just spoke about the old man is what Reeve was able to relay to the other people in the tavern. The rest of the people in the tavern, they are, well, specifically Tasha, the barmaid. She looked as though she wasn't overly pleased with you giving out that information, but she figured that otherwise it would... You can tell that people in the past have gotten curious and gotten themselves into trouble trying to investigate. But that being said, is there anything that the three remaining people in the tavern want to do before retiring for the evening in what would be a room hired from the tavern for the night?
I think other than a few more drinks, and Cargo probably ask some of the random people in the tavern once he's had enough to get tipsy if they think Storm or Earth is a better name.
Right. Okay. There is an elderly human man who is the only person left in the only patron left upon you finally managing to get to the point of being even vaguely drunk, and he looks at you and says, "Go on, give me the names. Give me the names."
There's Storm. That's what I think I am. Strong force of nature. But the rest of them, they're halflings, so you know what they're like. They think I should be Earth or Wind. Tell you, I don't think I'm a Wind.
Right. So, what you're like when someone bangs two rocks together?
Yeah, exactly.
Like a loud rock.
You get it.
What's it called when one of those when the ground rumbles a lot?
Oh, like a tremor.
No, bigger than that.
Quake.
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 You're a quake.
I'm a Quaker, am I?
Yeah. Like a duck, but bigger.
That would work. Reeve, what do you think?
I know. What's the name of your band? That's what you're asking, right?
Yeah. Yeah, my part in the band.
Right, well, you're a Quake, and what about the others?
Well, this is Reeve. I don't know what's your stage name.
Oh, I know you.
Yes, I'm from round these parts.
Yeah. You can tell the old man at this point is quite drunk.
Yes, well, I suppose I'd be the Shire part of the band. I've never really left the town.
Ah, yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. And then there's what's that one? The short one. What's her job?
What?
Oh, she's on the pipes, the horns. She's got a bagpipe.
Right. And what's your name? Short one.
Oh, Piper.
Ah, that's a good stage name. You see, he smiles.
Bagpipes I play. Made this one from a real sheep.
At this point, you see he gets up and he bows to the rest of you, and you can see he almost loses his balance doing that, and then says, "Thank you for the performance. I'm going home." He turns around and begins to walk out before Tasha beats him to the door and says, "You haven't paid." Before you see as he just pulls out a gold piece and hands it to her.
You're rather. Let me get the door for you. And I'll help him out. He seems a bit wobbly.
He definitely is wobbly. In fact, if you have anything that could magically encourage him, that would probably do him a world of good.
No, I'm just gonna get the door for him. And as he moves and I'm out of sight and he's far too wobbly to work out what's going on, I'm going to make sure that I'm very careful to pick things up for him in case he asks for them in future, should he accidentally drop his coin purse.
Right, so you're going to attempt to pick his pocket then, just to be clear.
I mean, if you put it that way, it sounds rude.
It's rude, but it's factual. Go ahead and give me a sleight of hand check, Kiki.
Well done, nice, good roll.
That is quite the sleight of hand check. You're able to find in his pocket a selection of coins. Through a mixture of copper, silver, and gold, you're able to find a total of 6.5 gold pieces.
Oh, lovely. I'm just gonna filtering around in his coin purse and picking bits out is far too suspicious. I'll just take the coin purse.
All right.
He clearly lost it on the way home.
Go ahead and add to your inventory 6 gold and 5 silver.
Lovely.
Fantastic.
Drinks are on you tomorrow night.
Yeah. I don't know, sounds like you've got an even bigger catch.
Yeah, but I'm going for the going to go for the father rather than just take the lass's pocket money.
I didn't know you sprang that way.
Well, you know, the mayor, he's going to have a chest of gold somewhere. So
possibly.
So I'm figuring we.
Yeah, but she had a chest of gold, and you didn't go for that.
Oh, I think you'll find I did.
Hold on.
But why give the game away when there is larger treasure afoot?
Wow. I believe that's where we should fade to black and have the party partake in a spot of room keeping. So, you all go. Reeves, you have your own house somewhere in the town. I'm going to propose that you have a place that effectively amounts to the shed outside in your parents' garden. And it's a self-contained place. It's watertight and everything along those lines, but ultimately it's a space out of the way for where you can practice your various music-making abilities without disturbing the parents. You don't sleep there, of course, but it's where you keep your things and spend most of your time. For the rest of the party, though, you're all foreigners to this place. So, Trig has a place to stay, Moch has a place to stay, but that leaves Kiki and Ez. You can either sleep rough, or you can pay 3 silver for a room for the night.
That seems a bit steep.
I'll talk to the barkeep or whoever. What was her name? Sasha, was it?
No, it's Tasha.
Tasha. And I'll just start to mention my background in brewery and how I'm really impressed by the establishment she has here, and then just let her know I'm looking for a room for tonight.
Yeah, she thanks you for the compliment, but reminds that she doesn't own the place; she just mans the bar, and that it would be 3 silver for both you and Piper to stay the evening. But
now,
she also says that because of the rather impressive show that you've already put on for the evening, that she'll waive the price if you put on a good show tomorrow as well.
I was gonna say, we put on a pretty decent show today, and I have this.
Indeed, you do. In fact, with that by popular demand background being utilized, I would say that you absolutely can get free lodging for the evening, for both you and for your dwarven friend Cardgar.
Fantastic.
So, things progress through the evening. Is there anything anybody wants to do specifically in the middle of the night? Besides the potentially obvious getting up and taking a piss.
I think Crick's going to be doing a lot of things in the night.
Yeah, I'm not going to go into that. That's for your imagination. But,
I would like to.
All you need to do is look up halfling and human bar wench and or midget porn or something like that, and you'll get the idea.
I would like to position my bagpipes up against the door in such a way that should someone open them, they would loudly make cat screeching noises.
Ah. Well, bagpipes, when squozen in that manner, make more of a goose honking style of noise.
Squozen? There's a word.
Yes.
Well, either way, a rudimentary bagpipe-based alarm system.
Oh yeah, that's easy enough to do. Literally, just take a chair, put it down such that the back of the chair is between is on one side of the bagpipes and the door is on the other. Open the door and you get a honk. So yes, you've set yourself a rudimentary alarm. Certain members of the party are considerably more busy than others, and then it turns round to morning. Before we get on to the more exciting nature of what happens with the more industrious members of the party, What do the 3 more peacefully slumbering members do? Kiki, it's worth bearing in mind that your bagpipe alarm goes blissfully undisturbed throughout the night.
Less industrious characters. I think I've made the most money tonight so far.
You've certainly made the most money, but you haven't put in the most effort.
Damn.
Wow. Yeah. I've just taken... Roll your 1d4 then. Go on.
Look, you know what they say. Work smart, not hard.
Right, I'm gonna see what's for breakfast.
As you make your way downstairs, you see that Tasha is once again behind the bar, but this time the owner of the place is also present and apparently helping out. Seeing that there is some activity, you'll be able to step into the general shared space and notice that there is the distinct smell of freshly baked bread in the air.
I shall also come down for breakfast. Examining this dwarf, is there anything he's wearing or anything about him that rings a bell to me?
Go ahead and give me a history check.
Okay, history.
The only distinctive thing about him is that he appears to be wearing the garb of what you suspect is probably a resized human outfit. It seems odd that the usual fashions that one would expect to see of a dwarf are entirely absent on the man.
Hold on, he's wearing a human outfit. Does that mean he's wearing the skin of a human? On the dwarf.
That's what I thought at first when he said that.
That's kind of gnarly. Like Norwegian lucky pants. Is it Norwegian? No, it's Icelandic, isn't it? The Icelandic lucky pants.
They're not lucky pants. They're necro pants.
There's yeah. You put that's right. You put coins in the scrotum to bring you.
It has to specifically be a silver coin.
Yep. If you don't know what that means, Ginge, look up Icelandic necropants.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
It's horrific. They are very, very, very wrong over there.
If memory serves, they try to keep the toenails.
Yes. And it has to be freshly taken from your dead friend, and then you wander around wearing the leg, scrotum, penis, and as you put it, feet and toenails of your friend to bring you luck.
Yep.
Thought it had to be a male family member.
Moch has asked us to remain in ignorance.
Unfortunately, Moch, you have pretty much just had the entire detail of the situation.
Necropants. There's
Yeah, I thought it had to be a male family member, and they had to give it. They had to make sure it was. Yeah, they had to.
Yes, I just love the way you keep on giving additional details to all of this.
Yeah.
Cheeky, why are you like this?
It's one of my favorite little bits of mythology. Not even mythology.
I repeat my question. Why are you like this?
Anyway, to keep things moving along,
is this the only other dwarf in town, or are there a lot of dwarves in this town?
The only dwarf in the village.
It's the only dwarf that you've seen. Given the proximity to the border with the Dwarven Kingdom, you'd be surprised if this was the only one. But you are of the understanding that there's only about 200 people living here, and this is the only dwarf you've seen so far.
That is
Where there's
strange.
one, there's always another 10 lurking around in the shadows.
Maybe they're under the floorboards.
Yep.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to ask him about his past because he clearly didn't want to tell me. But I will approach him in as friendly a manner as possible and try and get on his good side. and just ask him if that smell of bread, if he's the one who made it.
Yes, he says that it is an old dwarven recipe wherein old beer stock yeast is used in order to create a form of hearty bread that's both delicious when eaten fresh, but also keeps for a long time. And an old recipe from his past.
I tell him I was trained in brewing, and it's not something I've come across. I'd be quite interested if he was willing to share the recipe.
He nods his head in your direction with a look of curiosity and says, No, I'll be taking this one to me grave, I think.
That's a shame, but at least I can enjoy the taste.
Aye. In fact, you know what? Tasha, bring us over a fresh one. We'll share it between me and my fellow dwarf here. And you see
when he says fellow dwarf, I just introduce myself as Khadgar of the Iron Rivet clan.
Yes. He again looks hesitant, knowing that he is. There is an expectation that you have just introduced yourself, and that he should do the same. And says, "You don't mind if I just call me old man."
Khadgar nods and says, "All right, old man. Is that old for short?"
He again looks visibly uncomfortable and says, "Call me Shorty."
Is he taller than me?
No, he's comparable. You have a feeling that at one point he would have been taller than you, but old man shrinkage.
I'll bite my tongue on that one then.
But yeah, he when Tasha brings over a freshly made bread roll, you see that she's also brought with her a small wooden bowl with a kind of yellowish, oily looking fluid inside of it. And you see as the old man dwarf, he takes a knife out from somewhere in his clothing and use it to slice off a piece of the outer crust of the bread before dipping it in this yellowish fluid and proceeding to eat it. And he says, delicious as always, Tasha.
So, Jin, just to be clear, is this butter?
Yes, it's butter. It's melted butter.
Okay. Just making sure.
Don't worry, he's not dipping his bread in piss.
Well, that is good to know. I assume I've been offered some of this, or
yeah. Well, he asked Tasha to bring one over to share.
Well, after the old man is taken, I guess Khadgar will also partake. He'll try and copy the ritual.
Yeah. After he sees you dipping your bread in the butter, he says, "Oh, yeah. Yeah, you can eat it with or without butter. I don't have many teeth left. It just helps, you know."
Khadgar just nods, but out of respect, he continues to follow on, dwarves having respect for elders and all that.
You can tell that he appreciates that gesture.
If it is it good tasting?
It is a very good, slightly sweet, but also distinctly salty bread. You get the impression that he has a high salt content specifically to act as a preservative. You get the impression that this is the kind of thing that would be best eaten with a hearty drink by its side.
Well, I exclaimed to both Piper and Reeves that they should give this a try. Before asking if I could, in fact, maybe have one of those hearty drinks.
Yeah, Tasha brings over a pint, and you recognize the smell as being of the stronger stuff that she gave to the man that you removed the pride of in the previous evening.
Is that
You
a
get the-
euphemism?
Deprided.
Yeah.
you get the impression that this is literally just the same beer as usual, but with a shot of something else dropped in it.
I will drink it appreciatively, as it's still rather weak to what I'm used to, but it's closer. And again, encourage the others to join in.
As you do, the old man calls over to Tasha and suggests that another couple of bread rolls be brought over with more butter, and the lot of you sit down and can have whatever conversation you feel like as the bread and butter is had. By the way, about halfway through this meal, I would say all three of you go ahead and give me history checks.
Wait, which check?
History.
History. Is this a history check related to stonework?
No, it isn't.
Okay.
I would say Piper and Reeve, you two, as you are partaking of this bread and butter, are able to realize that this is actually an old recipe that was once in use by the dwarven military as a form of long-term storage rations of sorts. These bread rolls, they would be made up on a wider scale by the military for the purposes of keeping the soldiers marching along time during the more violent times between the dwarves and the humans. These days, the bread is mostly made as a form of nostalgia by the especially older folks, and also occasionally in the capital of Warrenheim, where it's provided to the active mining fronts on the edges of the underground efforts of the dwarves. This part of the world, however, this is a rare delicacy. You strongly suspect that this is the only place in this part of the world where you'd be able to find such a thing. Especially baked fresh.
Yeah, the one part of the group doesn't recognise this at all.
Apparently not.
So they're just essentially military trail rations.
Effectively, but somehow surprisingly good. It effectively amounts to just a properly made, especially salty bread. But that being said, let's move over to what Trigg's up to as he rouses from a not so restful night.
Right. Okay. Yes. I want to try to get up before she does. And is there a writing table in the room in her room? I'm assuming she's as she is of means, she might have a piece of paper or a notebook or something that I might pen a quick ditty or note to her on.
you look around, and she doesn't appear to have much in the way of paper. You are able to find a bookshelf on the other side of the room that appears to have a series of novels and the like, but nothing for the express purpose of taking notes. In terms of writing material, however, you find a makeup pencil.
Right. Well, I keep a pen and ink on me anyway, and some paper because arty, poety, bardy type. So as I don't have anything that I can use of hers, I'll use some of my own, and I'm just going to write a little ditty for her. I'm also going to be looking around to see if I can see her keys for her house anywhere, and if I can find them, I'm going to be using my sealing wax not only to put a little bit blob of sealing wax and use my signet ring to seal it on the note, but I also want to take a quick cast of the key if I can find them. I've written a little detail for the note that I want to write her, which I've just put there.
Of moonlit dreams and whispered grace, a fleeting night, a warm embrace. Stacy, in your eyes I found a moment's love, a heart unbound. Though morning light may part our way, this tender night with you shall stay. Promise in the air of nights like this beyond compare. Rest in peace.
No,
P.S.
No. R.I.P. It's my name. I decided to add Ignatius because R.I.P. is a freaking awesome signature.
Oh, I see.
Yes.
P.S. See you at the show tonight. Invite everyone you know. Righto. Good to know.
I've written her a little love letter, and I'm going to seal it with my sealing wax and signet ring, which I have an iffy fake noble signet ring. And can I see if I can find a key or anything that I can take a casting of whilst I'm there with said wax?
You absolutely can find the key. In fact, there is a large ring on which there are two keys, one of which you distinctly remember her using to enter into her house the night previous, but the other you saw go unused.
Right, well, we'll take a cast of both if we can. And hopefully get this done while she's sleeping, and then I will pocket the wax casting, and wake her up with a quick kiss, and say I should probably leave, and make my heroic slash sort of iffy dash for the nearest exit before her father finds me.
Right. Well, two things to note. First of all, you strongly suspect that her father lives in a different house.
Okay, well that's perfect in that case. Good.
For if he didn't live in a different house, the noises that she made last night would have absolutely resulted in you being disturbed and interrupted.
Fair point. Fair point. In that case, I'll take my time with it, as there isn't, any danger. But essentially, I'm going to want to, get on with my day after a night's recreation. I don't want to talk to her afterwards.
But yes, you managed to not only take a casting of the two keys, but bear in mind that does use up all of your sealing wax. You'll have to
soon get some more.
Unless you can figure out a way to cast without losing the wax, which, let's be honest, isn't going to happen.
Well, the thing is, that's the great thing with wax, is once you've taken the cast, you can just remount the wax.
You can. Though, the thing about sealing wax is that it can only be remelted so many times before it loses its pliability.
You are quite right.
But just you're able to effectively recreate both of the keys on her ring. Don't mix them up.
Mm-hmm.
And once you have done that, you even manage to raid the larder for some for some whatever it is that you're looking after. For whatever it is that you're looking for. I suspect that you go for a bit of.
Yeah.
I suspect that you go a bit of bread, bit of cheese.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I will then make my way back to the inn if I can find it. And
oh, it's easy. Okay, let me describe to you the structure of the town.
Okay.
There is one road.
Oh God!
Literally one road.
So
it goes in through the gate.
Right.
Turns to the left to get to the dock. Turn to the right to continue along the road. The road terminates at the mayor's house. You are at a location that is a few doors down from there.
Right. So what you're saying is, by midday, the mayor's going to know exactly the sort of noises that were coming from her daughter's house, because everybody heard it in the street.
Pretty much.
Great. Fantastic. In that case, I'm going to strut back, looking rather pleased with myself, and burst into the inn and go, morning, everyone. I trust you're all very well. Big cheesy grin all over my face.
On the way over, as you if you make a particularly great amount of noise coming out of the mayor's daughter's place, you will see that there is one girl who spots you from an open window who looks at you with her gaze darts between the house that you just came out of, you, and you quickly see a selection of thoughts pass through her head of confusion, jealousy, just a whole mix of mixed feelings that you can definitely see leave her in a state.
I will doff an imaginary cap at her and go, good morning, and carry on my merry way, looking rather pleased with myself.
Well, arriving back at the tavern, you catch the rest of your companions sat around a table with a very elderly dwarf, enjoying a selection of bread rolls and stiff drinks.
Ooh, stiff drinks, excellent. I do enjoy a good stiff one in the morning, although I've already had that. How about you guys?
Sounds like you had a good night. We didn't do too badly ourselves.
Did very well, very well. So you all had a good night. Nothing untoward happened after we thrashed that guy a little bit. I do hope he was all right. That was a pretty nasty kick you gave him there, dude. I just wanted to mock him into tears, but I wasn't expecting a kick in the ghoulies like that. Woof! I felt that one. I think he did too.
Humans seem to be a bit more fragile than I'm used to.
I think, to be honest, most people are pretty fragile if you hit him in the crown jewels like that.
Still, he was a good lad, you know. He took the hits, and then we're all friends afterwards.
He took the hit. He handed on his knees, and he was crying like a little girl, whimpering. He was. Anyway, sorry. Yes.
You see the old dwarven man beckon you over with a waving finger and a hand.
All right, there, old timer. How's it going? How are you?
He beckons you in further, implying that he wants to whisper.
I will lend him my ear.
See the priest. He gets up and stretches and begins to walk out the room. Tasha, these lovely fellows are to be eating on our coin for the evening. They're putting on a show. It's only fair that we give them the fuel they need to keep going. And Tasha gives a somewhat of a mock of a salute in response.
Thank you kindly. Well, lads, I think we've got some practicing to do. We need to get our jams nice and tight. I've got a few bits and bobs I need to do running around town. Might even take a wander over. Yeah, just have a little bit of an explore. Yeah, what's anyone else got planned?
So what are we going for then? We going for a concert or we going for a show?
Go for a bit of a show, to be honest. Bit of a show. Bit of fireworks or something. You know, nothing too big. Just a bit of flashy, illusionary stuff. Give myself a quick scratch.
At this point, Tasha has come over with a selection of drinks, 3 regular beers and something of a hardier nature, and sets them down with the hardy drink, distinctly pointing towards Triggs, and he's the only one who's yet to enjoy some of the better quality stuff they have.
Ooh. Lovely. Thank you, kindly, darling.
Seems the old man's taken a liking to you.
Oh, we've taken a liking to him too. He seems like a fine old chap.
Honestly, you couldn't hope to meet a nicer fellow than the owner of the place. Never seen him hurt a hair on the head of another person. He's always trying to think of ways to make life better for everyone around him.
I thought she was about to say he never goes to the head.
Well, that too. You know, given how things started off when you lot were causing a ruckus last night, I'm kind of surprised that this is how it's turned out.
Oh, I'll give it time. Things can change. We're going to cause a hell of a ruckus tonight. It's going to be great. You're going to love it.
No, I hope so. I'll have to get my son over, and so he can enjoy the show too. Unless, is it the kind of thing that's fit for kids?
How old is he?
Oh, 12, I think.
12?
Yeah, 12.
Yeah, he'll love it. He'll love it. Kids love a bit of good bit of music, bit of a sing-song, bit of a show.
So you're not going to be doing anything racy then. Good to hear. Good to hear.
No, I'm sure it'll be all good, clean fun. I look off to one side and think a few things. Right, guys, I'm just going to. Oh, this beer's lovely. This drink's lovely. Thank you very much. I'm gonna take a quick run out and do a few bits and bobs. Maybe pick up a few bits of from things from the shop if I can find one. Shall we say we start practicing around about midday-ish?
Sounds good.
Tasha interrupts and says, "You lot should be going about the town and letting the people know that you're putting on a show. Don't worry about advertising here. I've got that sorted."
Lovely. Right, let's go and do that, guys. I think rustle up as much business as we can.
And before we leave, I just ask Tasha if she knows a place where we can practice.
Yeah. There's we've actually got a place round the back. If we use it for storing the extra chairs and things, it's got a roof, but I wouldn't want to perform there.
I mean, we're not going to perform there. We're just gonna warm up.
Sounds great.
All right then. See you the evening.
Cool. Right, down drink. Slam it on the table. Go lovely, and make a bolt for the door. And I'm going to follow the old geezer's advice and do exactly what he suggested I do.
Right. So you're beelining to the biggest building in the town, are you?
I think so, yes.
Well, looking up and down the two roads that make up the town, really, it's not much of a town. I hope you realize that you guys literally asked for a small hamlet, and I've given you a small hamlet.
Ooh, that's perfect.
Yeah. Well, one of the most impressive looking structures in the area is what you would presume to be well, to call it a church would be to give it a little bit too much praise. It's more of a humble chapel. But it has the distinctive trappings of a building dedicated to the divines. And as you approach it, you see that they appear to be, well, for lack of a better term, open for business.
Smashing. I'm going to have a bit of a wander in. And see if I can speak to the big man. Or at least...
Do you explicitly go here privately, or are you happy to have the rest of the party tag along?
You know what? If they want to tag along, they can do. But, you know, if they want to go and do other things, I think I've got some private business to sort out here. Maybe, you know, cure disease or something, maybe. I don't know.
I reckon that we probably picked up enough of non-verbal hints before Trig left to know that what he's going to do.
Well, I'm going to ask that the rest of you roll a perception check. This is a post-event perception check to see if any of you overheard what the owner of the tavern said to Trig. That's a no and a no.
Might I roll an insight check to see if I can work out from what happened around me, even if I didn't directly hear it?
You can, but it would be at disadvantage. This is less of a...
Never mind.
Yeah, this is... As I say, this is less of a directly in... This is less of an intuition kind of scenario, and more of, did you hear what was said or not?
I was just trying to think, like, well, he's a bard. We know he went off and did something last night, and we know the dwarf whispered something to him, and then he immediately had plans.
Yeah, I'm going to suggest everybody go and see if they can't start rustling up some business. Tell people of the wondrous performance they're going to experience later in the evening. Should they pluck up the courage to turn up and experience it? Are they brave enough to enjoy themselves this evening?
On that point, let me introduce you all to a concept that you should all bear in mind throughout the rest of this campaign. Unless you state otherwise, your character is expected to be following along with wherever the currently most active player is. In this particular case, Trig is leading the charge to the nearest chapel. Anybody who hasn't stated that they have other plans that they want to split off and follow are expected to either be following along Trig or following along whoever made those separate plans.
Right. Well, it's a small village, yeah?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm presuming they have a greengrocer's and a butcher's, like a small market that the majority of the village will be going to on a day-to-day basis.
That they do. It's nearby the docks.
Well, I shall head that way. How long does... No, Larson, an hour's good enough. I'm going to head over to the docks then. And I'm going to spend the time chatting up the wonders of the show we're about to perform, and minor illusioning onto the is it minor illusion? How long does minor illusion last?
Minor illusion is, I believe, 6 seconds. Is it? Are you thinking of Silent Image?
I might be. I'm just double checking.
Hold on. I thought it was a minute.
Yeah, I thought it was a minute as well.
It is a minute.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. I will.
Sure.
I will put up a big poster in the middle of town with Silent Image. Let's see, how big can it be? A 15-foot cube. There we go. It is a 15 by 15 foot poster with the four of us on it, all performing with the details for the bar and the time we're going to be playing at the bottom. Fun for all the family. Once in a lifetime opportunity.
Poster or holographic kind of projection is that?
Why not both?
Yeah, it's definitely more in the realm of holographic there, isn't it?
Nice.
I would say, Kiki, make your choice of performance, persuasion, or deception check, depending on the nature of what exactly you're aiming for here. Or perhaps even an intimidation check.
Let's go with a performance. If anyone else is with me, do they want to give me some inspiration for the design here?
Yeah,
this is actually another point that's worth bringing up. If two people are attempting to do very similar tasks, you can either roll separate instances of the check for the purposes of both of you attempting to do similar things to achieve the same goal, or one of you can assist the other, producing an advantage, meaning the one person rolls, but the higher of their two dice rolls is the one that works.
So what do you recommend?
I would like to try and give advantage by providing some musical accompaniment upon the harmonica.
Does that also count as bardic inspiration?
It can do.
Yes. I don't see any reason why the harmonica couldn't be used here for the purposes of inspiration.
Let's do a performance check. Now, I can, due to my lucky trait here, re-roll a nat 1.
When you roll a 1 on an attack roll, ability check, or saving throw, you can re-roll the die and must use the new roll. Sure, go for it. We'll only be taking the first of the two numbers on this next roll, okay?
That's fine. Those two were both naff. There we go.
Well, that's slightly better than before. Are you sure you want to go through with this?
I'm unfortunately I have to because of the wording of the feat. And let's have my bardic inspiration, please.
Okay, so for a total of 30, Jesus Christ, the performance that you are able to put out with the assistance of your illustrious assistant Cardgar here is quite frankly breathtaking. You put up in literally flashing lights, or at the very least an illusion that looks like flashing lights, the names of the various performers that exists within your little bardic troupe. Literally scrolling along in a manner that would be befitting of the most impressive stage performances of Broadway, and quite frankly, you capture the attention of everybody present, of which there are approximately 30 individuals. Gasps are heard, and interestingly enough, you remember to capitalize on the fact that the local up-and-coming celebrity Reeve will be partaking in this performance, meaning that there is local talent to be experienced at this particular show.
Right, Kiki, hold out your hat.
Yeah, I'm going to hold out my hat and see whether anyone throws a coin our way. Because the issue is, I've just done this, and I'm now thinking, well, shit, our performance now has to be better than the poster.
It will be. We'll all give each other bardic inspiration. It will be fantastic.
Is Reeves with us?
Well, that's the answer. That's the question that needs to be answered. Much. Where is Reeve right now? Are you with Trigg's character, or are you with the other two?
I'd say I'm with the other two.
Thank God.
Do you wish to do anything to further enhance our performance?
I'd say Reeve is going around talking to people who sort of maybe know of him rather than knowing him personally, and has been talking to them to perhaps gather the crowd of 30 that's been had the attention drawn by the poster.
All right. Well, you do see that there is one particularly salty individual, a fisherman who has clearly been trying to sell his morning catch and is now being completely fucking ignored and is clearly not pleased with that fact. But everybody else is, quite frankly, marveling at the visual performance that has just been put on display here.
Shall we do an encore where we big up the fishmonger's shop?
No, we're going to leave it because we are bards, and bards by nature are dicks. Now,
I was thinking maybe if we do a good job, we'll get a bit of money out of it.
Look,
he's selling fish. What do you want? A herring?
I mean, what's wrong with a nice bit of herring?
There's nothing wrong with a nice bit of herring.
Only if it's red.
Yeah.
So, after that, you say that you pull out a hat.
Yeah, I'm going to take my hat off and I'm going to hold it out like a mummer at the end of a performance to see if anyone throws in a tit.
Yeah, you get a few, admittedly somewhat confused people tossing you a few coins here and there. I'd say add 7 silver to your inventory.
Hey, I'll take it.
Piper's doing all right for the cash collection so far.
I will give Kiki an eye. A very pointed eye.
Hang on a moment. Moch, what's this?
Listen, you said we didn't do it, but like...
What's this?
You guys don't know £1 fish?
I hadn't got there yet.
It's just when advertising for the salty fish man got suggested, my mind just went to this instantly.
£1 fish, eh? A local legend, apparently.
Just for notes, that animated poster, as per the spell, will stay there for a full 10 minutes.
Everyone's coming out with £1.
Go and do your fish song for me.
There's a legend now. My fingers on YouTube.
You using actual full-blown spells for that then?
Yeah, that's a proper first level spell slot.
Good lords, you've only got 2 of those, and we're gonna need something fairly tasty for the end of the performance. You know, like a sleep or something.
I know, but like, I think that was worth it.
Probably that was worth it. You're right. You are cool.
I mean, she's made most money than most spells do.
I mean, yeah.
By the way, that is a very interesting performance by that man right there. £1 fish. I'll have to watch the full thing at another point.
Much do we get a rendition from your bard of £1 fish?
I shouldn't think so.
Oh, now I'm disappointed.
So, carrying on with the session, with the incredibly breathtaking performance of effectively creating a Times Square advertisement in a holographic projection form in the middle of a market who on the best of days would see around 50 people. After that incredible performance, we move on to Trig, who at this point is stood in a chapel with about, you would estimate, not quite 10 people who appear to be all praying in some form or another, with one particular individual speaking to an elderly human male.
I'm going to assume the elderly human male is probably the priest. Do I need to roll an insight or anything on that front? If not, I will go and try and wait to see if I can have a quick word with the old chap.
As you step over, you make your presence known by the very nature of being, 3 foot tall.
3 foot tall, but with enough charisma to fill the entire room.
Indeed, most definitely. And upon making your presence known here, the priest marches, after about 5 or 6 seconds of continuing his conversation, he spots you out the corner of his eye and just nods in your direction briefly before carrying on the conversation. You get the impression that that's a sign that he is asking you to be patient.
I will be patient. Perhaps take a pew, so to speak, quite literally, or something.
Well, after a continued conversation where he only keeps you waiting for another 2 or 3 minutes, you feel as though he just wanted to wrap up the conversation he was already in. You see as the elderly woman that he was chatting to walks away quite happy as he comes and sits down next to you and opens the conversation with, "Hello, I haven't seen one of your folk around here before, and, well, this is a first. What can I do for you, my son?"
We're new in town. Group of travelling bards, actually. Staying over at the inn. Although I wasn't staying there last night, so got a bit lucky, you see. But the very kindly dwarven gentleman
He puts up
that
a finger. He puts up a finger and says, I think I know why you're here. I heard quite the noise coming from the mayor's daughter. Was that you?
That would be my work, yes. I give him a wry grin.
I see. And now you are here to ask forgiveness for the errors that you may not have foreseen.
Right. Sure. Yeah. Absolutely. It was suggested that I give you a chat. I don't know if there was some sort of...
He nods.
Something you can do for me.
And then he sighs.
Have I made a mistake? Is something going to fall off if I don't get it treated?
He looks at you and says, it's not that something would have fallen off, but it's that you would have... Stacy would have been with you forever.
Oh no. Bit clingy, is she?
Indeed. She does not like to make visits to this house, and yet she likes to make visits to many others. As such, she is what the more educated fellows of Varpak would call a vector. But those who are directed to me are to be saved in their own ways. You should thank whoever it was who gave you this advice.
Okay.
I can examine and perform curative measures, but it is not cheap.
Okay.
Do
you want me to whip it out right here, or would we be better coming back tomorrow if just in case there's a repeat performance required? I don't like to pay twice if I can pay once. You know what I mean?
At that, he frowns in your direction.
Sorry, I couldn't help myself. I'm a man of the world. It's a wide world, and there are many pleasures to be found in it.
Indeed. And he stands up at that and takes a step towards the back of the chapel. You see he's making his way towards a doorway. And if you are still sat down, he turns around after a few seconds and looks in your direction and says, "Follow me."
All right, I'm coming. Just what she said last night. Huh? And then I stop joking and follow.
There's an audible sigh from the man. And also the other people in the church also glance in your direction at that comment. As you're walking past and following the priest, you see as he takes a silver coin out and drops it in a small metallic collection dish. You note that as it falls, it makes a louder sound than you would have expected.
What kind of a sound? Is it a quacking sound? Is it a fizzing sound? Is it a clunking sound?
Imagine the sound one would expect of a coin hitting a metal bowl.
Right.
Except think more musical, and it rings in your ears.
Oh, okay.
Like, it really rings. Like, it sounds like someone just smacked this bowl with a mallet.
Ooh, that's an impressive sound. Sorry, Father, I didn't catch your name. This bowl, that's quite impressive. What's that made of? Do they make drums like that? That's a great instrument, potentially. Sorry, do I need to drop any money in it? Can I have a go?
He turns and says, "It's Father McGillen, and yes, that bowl is blessed by our Lord."
Which lord's that? Because he makes some. That's a cracking gongy noise. That was.
This is a church of Pelor.
Ooh.
Are you not familiar with the Golden Lord?
I'm not on first name basis with many of them. I hate to.
I would be lying if I said I was surprised. Pelor is the god of righteous fury, sunrises, and strong harvest. An important god among the people of these rural parts. With his sufficient blessing, and perhaps some encouragement from yourself, he may be willing to not only cure you of your ailments via my conduit, but may also be willing to give you long-term good health.
Splendid. Do I need to just stick a coin in here then? Or what
He nods.
Okay. I'll bung a silver in the bowl.
Again, it rings loudly. In fact, you suspect that there is probably magic afoot. there is no conceivable way that even with the strongest acoustics, that simply dropping a coin into a bowl, not even with any reasonable amount of force, could produce a noise that distinct. In fact, make an insight check for me.
I am going to make an insight check for you.
We need to steal this bowl.
I was thinking that, but
this is a hell of a bowl.
Yeah. Yeah, my insight is not great. No, this is my investigation. I'm more of a I'm not an insightful character. I'm more look at me, aren't I cool? Rather than rockstar.
But just as you continue to follow the Father McGillen into the back of the room, you see as he enters a room that is surprisingly simple. There is it looks like it's somewhere halfway between a bed and a table. It seems to have somewhere to rest your head in the form of a relatively hard pillow, but aside from that, it's just bare, unvarnished wood. It's smooth. You're not likely to get a splinter, but you wouldn't want to sleep there. And he gestures to the table and says, "Lie down and remove your clothing."
Seems familiar.
And why are you doing this to yourself again?
Alright, okay, so I once again, whip it out, so to speak.
As he looks, he raises an eyebrow and then says, "It is good to see that nothing has taken root. You may consider yourself again."
Okay, I will enclothe myself.
And once you've finished reclothing yourself, he simply puts his hands together, mutters a small prayer in a language you probably don't speak. In fact, list to me your languages.
Halfling and common.
No, you don't recognize the language that he speaks in, but after a moment he releases his hands from each other, steps forward and places them on your shoulder. Well, places both of them on each of your shoulders. And as he does so, you feel a wash of warmth and serenity come over your body, like that of stepping into a warm, perfectly temperatured bath. It lasts for but a moment, and afterwards you feel a vague sense of rejuvenation. After that, Father McGillen looks at you and says, "To say you were cured would be to imply that you were suffering. This is not true, for the diseases had not yet taken root. But you are vulnerable. Take care with your future actions, child."
So you're suggesting if she comes on to me tonight, probably give it a rest?
I recommend a stick.
A long stick, barge pole, etc.
He nods.
Point her in the direction of somebody else. Message received. By the way, you said a vector. As in what? Like an infection vector?
I don't know the terms of what the educated folks of the city use. I assume that it's some kind of insult, and figured that one such of yourself would be familiar.
I get the message, yeah. So she's not something supernatural or evil or anything like that. She's just a bit of a goer.
If she were evil, she would have been cured and expunged. Pelor is not the kind of lord to let such an individual exist in the presence of one of his houses for any meaningful length of time.
Fair enough. Pelor is clearly a wise and wrathful god. But I thank him for curing me, and that was a weird tingly feeling that happened there. Do I get any extra temporary hit points or anything for
that? No, you don't add anything to your temporary hit points, okay. But you can note down, though, that you are now under the effects of the blessing spell for the next hour.
Ooh, I have bless. No, bless. Right, cool. Okay. I will thank the Father, and I will, as I walk out of the church, make a bit of a spectacle of myself and anyone that's there, that's listening, that's quietly trying to pray and, seek, solace. I'm going to basically suggest that they, if they fancy a good night out tonight, players at the inn, gonna be a hell of a performance. Once in a lifetime chance. We probably won't be back again. Be there or miss out. All are welcome.
You get the impression that most of the people there are either intentionally ignoring you or trying to ignore you for the sake of saving face. But that said, as you step out of the church, you take a look to the left and right, and then again, as you do a literal double take, seeing a gigantic flashing sign hovering in the middle of the sky, as apparently one of your companions has gotten up to some funny business with a bit of magic.
Fantastic.
So, with that said, I think what we should do here is we should skip forwards to the evening, unless there's anything specific anybody wants to do with their time during the day in this small hamlet.
We will have practiced and prepared at that point, so we will have a performance
might
ready.
We do just some dice rolls to give us some bonuses for if we practiced well?
Sure. So, the first thing that people should do is bear in mind that they are now technically the beneficiaries of a long rest.
Mm-hmm.
That being said, anybody who is missing hit points or spell slots should restore them, with the exception of Kiki, who used that silent image spell earlier.
Worth it.
Definitely
Has anybody else consumed a spell slot during the course of today's events already?
I had used both of my spell slots in curing everybody after Ez tried to kill us all.
I don't think I've broken out or fixed any tables today.
Those spell slots that you use, though, Trig, those were before the previous night, which means you are now long rested.
Yeah.
Okay. Also, any instances of bardic inspiration that have occurred since the previous evening should also be restored. And lastly, in terms of practice, I'm going to ask that each of you describe to me the preparations that you do for the purposes of enhancing the night's performance. It can be anything that you can come up with. Anybody who has any ideas immediately say so that those who are still thinking have the opportunity to think.
Okay, immediately I'm thinking what we were doing earlier on, which was using minor illusion to do essentially the percussion side of things, to add a little bit of depth to the performance. We've got essentially 3 string instruments and a wind section. Having some drums and some tambourines, etc., which minor illusion can do for us, would be a good idea. Whether or not we need 2 of us doing that or just me, I would be happy. It's a cantrip, so as long as I cast it every minute, so that would be once every minute during a song. So that's probably needs to be cast 3 times during a song, maybe a little more. But it should be fairly easy to keep going as a cantrip. That
I would agree.
I would suggest somebody else perhaps wants some lights using similar.
Okay, Trig. I'm going to ask that you make a roll for this effect, and the roll is up to you. But depending on the skill you choose to roll, will have different influence on the final result.
Go for performance. It seems like the best sort of type of. Would you agree?
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree there. Performance does sound like a good call.
Not great.
Do any of your fellow bards inspire you?
Sure, go on. I'll play a bit of harmonica.
All right. So go ahead and
Hang on.
take off inspiration.
Hold on, because Trig is also a halfling and lucky.
Oh, you're right. I am.
This initial roll wasn't done with advantage. We
No.
were only taking the 9.
Oh.
The reason why yours earlier was able to be lucky was because Ez was helping you.
Sorry, I thought they had advantage. I'm done.
No. Good job pointing it out. Pointing out those kinds of opportunities to save a given situation is always something that I encourage at these games.
My percussion is not up to it at the present moment.
Well,
I will point out we can always stomp our feet.
Fair enough.
I'm not.
I'll go ahead, Kiki.
I was just going to say I'm not going to be able to add any spell casting to this one because I burned mine on the sign.
I'm talking cantrips though.
Yeah.
You have 2 first level spell slots. You've spent 1 on that sign. You still have another.
I know, but I'm going to need that.
It's going to be needed.
Yes.
Yeah.
That being said, does anybody else have any ideas as to preparation?
Yes. I would like to take out some paper and ink and try to pen some music. The music out of character that I'm aiming for is Ken's theme from Street Fighter. A bit of a callback, if anyone knows what I'm referencing.
Oh God, not really, but yes.
Could you post a video, please?
Really? Okay. Just give me a sec.
I am not a person who ever played
30
Street
meters
Fighter.
away from the podium.
I'm sure I'll recognize
You've
this.
certainly heard this before. Let's see. We'll go with the original.
Let's listen to this. Oh yes, this is that's whatever Sargon used to use for his intros or outro, wasn't it?
Yes, he used to claim it was an original piece someone wrote for him for several years until someone pointed out it wasn't. There is video footage somewhere on the internet of him saying this on multiple occasions.
Mm-hmm.
Someone made this specifically for him.
Like yes,
yes,
you and Ken.
Somebody made a very good rendition of this song.
Mm-hmm.
Not original.
Yes. There's been several versions of this, but I'm aiming for Ken's theme. Obviously this is a type of music that doesn't exist in your world, but and if anyone wants to help me with the music, maybe I can get advantage on this.
I'll help you. Yep, certainly.
And so, Who is consuming their bardic inspiration, if any?
I will use a bardic inspiration and try to assist you as well. So hopefully you'll get some advantage. But I will
Alrighty.
also use a bardic inspiration on that.
So we're just kind of like sitting down, maybe on some empty barrels, strumming away, then writing some lyrics down and some notes down as we go.
Mm-hmm.
Right, what would the role be for this? Being creative.
I would say, yeah, this is another performance check made with advantage and with bardic inspiration for an additional d6.
All right, fingers crossed I don't get another one today. I mean, for me, that's actually a good roll today.
You got a 6.
Yeah.
You're not rolling too well, are you?
No.
Roll your d6, dude.
Oh yeah. I mean, it was a long shot. That's a 14.
Indeed, it is.
14 is not terrible.
A total of a 14 results in something that will sound... Actually, yeah, about as good as what you posted a moment ago, as with the crunchy compression and everything included.
Somehow we managed to play music on digital instead of analog devices without having them.
Absolutely.
Yes.
That new sound.
Look, anything's possible once you start waving your hands around and chanting weird magical symbols.
Musical notes are magical symbols.
Yep.
That said. Arcane.
Okay. Kiki, Much, are you doing anything?
Indeed. What could you come
up with? Would I be able to use, oh god, I can't fucking pronounce this word. Prestidigitation. That's the one.
Yeah,
to create ambient lighting to give us a nice sort of stage lighting to perform on.
The only people who can pronounce prestidigitation are people that have played a lot of D&D. So don't worry about it. You're not supposed to be able to pronounce it.
I learned how to pronounce it from watching the Bashu.
Let me just read over.
Because they've reworked prestidigitation from previous versions. It's not as powerful as it used to be, but
it's got examples of like shower of sparks, that kind of thing.
Do you wanna drop the spell description by clicking on it? Then we can all see it. There we go.
Yeah, it lasts for an hour. So yeah, you could do a shower of sparks for an hour as part of the yeah. Why not? You can also, if I remember correctly, stack it up so you can have a number of effects going up at the same time.
I will be generous and say that if you can roll a high enough intelligence check or another check of your choice. Okay, what we're going to do is you explain to me a skill that you feel would justify a level of creativity, and if you are able to roll sufficiently high with that level of creativity, we'll say that you were able to come up with a new and novel way to enhance your performance through prestidigitation's capabilities of creating small trinkets and non-magical objects.
Wait, what am I explaining? Sorry.
Okay. Effectively, in order to be able to come up with a way to use prestidigitation to enhance the performance, you're going to have to come up with a new and novel way for the spell to function. You're going to have to get creative. So, pick a skill of your choice. So, either roll, for example, just your raw intelligence, or roll a investigation, or perhaps a performance, or something along those lines. And explain to me your line of thought as to what you're attempting to do. And depending on what it is and what it is you're trying to do will determine how successful you are.
Okay, I'm gonna go with performance. And Reeve is essentially going to try and create a nice little sort of light show to introduce the band as we take the stage for the performance. A sort of flicker, something that can make the audience go "ooh." Not some grand, not particularly grand show, but a little light show that can sort of, the equivalent of the lights dimming and everyone getting a little bit of anticipation before the actual band starts performing. Something to set the scene, create a little bit of ambiance.
Right, okay, I get you. Yeah, go ahead and roll for me performance. And because you've explained, right, now someone is going to, someone should use their bardic inspiration on you. So whoever that's going to be.
I only have one left. I should probably save it for the actual event.
Yep, I will. I will use this one, and that will give me 2 left for the performance.
Yeah, next one's on me.
Okay.
Okay, so go ahead and roll an additional d6 to determine how high a value you can get.
That's /R 1d6.
Yep,
that's right. Brilliant. With a total of 17, I would say. After sitting down and thinking of new and novel ways to work the prestidigitation spell, you are able to use the spell to fabricate candles that burn with a specific color of flame, allowing you to use prestidigitation in order to instantly fabricate different colors of lights whenever you feel as though the light of the performance should be changed to suit a change in the atmosphere. This will have a noteworthy effect on the final performance. By the way, Kiki, we're hearing noises coming in through your end.
Is it my fan?
No, it sounds like somebody shouting something.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Odd. But speaking of you, Kiki, what ideas do you have for the preparation?
So we've got some sparks and some lighting effects. We've got sorry, remind me what were the other two doing?
I'm putting in some percussion in the background. So we've got some drums and tambourines and so on. Not very good, unfortunately. But that's that. And Ez has written us a new song for the performance.
Then I shall let's see, how much can I get away with a minor illusion? Because I'd quite like to, if we've got lighting covered, I feel like I should cover darkness so that it really highlights that lighting and makes it pop. You know, it's if you've got a spotlight, it's much more effective when all of the other lights in the room aren't also turned on.
Are you open to a suggestion?
Go on.
You know, you've seen a lot of 1970s and early 80s music videos, yeah?
Yeah. Are you thinking fog?
No, I'm thinking the trails as people move. To leave a lighting trail and an image of them following their movements. It's somewhat akin to an LSD effect.
Yeah, can I do that with a minor illusion? Let's have a look.
I think the term you're looking for is after images, and you wouldn't be able to achieve that with minor illusion, but you would be able to achieve that with the constant application and editing of silent image. That is absolutely something you could do.
Why can I not do it with minor illusion? You create the sound or an image of an object within range that lasts for the duration.
Because by the very nature of it being an object, it isn't capable of movement, or at least at the very least, that's how I interpret it. So you would.
That doesn't matter.
You would need to be constantly recasting it, and if you're constantly recasting it, you can't play an instrument. Minor illusion is It takes somatic components, which involves the use of your hands.
But do I not use my hands with an instrument? Is my instrument not like my object of channeling my power through? Much like a wand?
Let me think. Okay. You are right, but the limitations of the spell mean that you would only be able to create a single afterimage of a single person at any given time once every 6 seconds.
Okay, yes, who's our lead?
Yes, you could do that, but it probably wouldn't be very impressive.
Fine, I'll go with the original plan. I'll essentially keep the area darkened with it and go with a fog effect, like we've got a smoke machine.
Yeah, I can see that working. Literally just a static minor illusion that occasionally updates to give the illusion of an illusion, if you will. You could absolutely do that, especially with the audience's attention being largely dragged away to what the actual people are doing.
Yeah, and I reckon it'll make the lighting from the lighting from what's his name?
Reeve.
I reckon it'll make Reeve's lighting really pop. Because that will give us some trail through it as well. It will give us like god rays.
Funnily enough, because it's an illusion of fog, it wouldn't actually have that effect, but you can program the illusion to make it look like it is. Because of the way illusions work.
Right. Well, anyway. I'll do that then.
What role are you going to make for this?
Let's go with the performance. Why not?
You know what? We've had 4 performance checks in a row for a performance. I suppose that fits, doesn't it? Go ahead and roll your performance.
Brilliant. That's
And as seems to be the most consistent thing in this session so far, Kiki rolls by far the highest and wins.
It's a really realistic fog effect.
It is, apparently. Who's using their bardic inspiration to enhance it further?
I've only got 2 left.
I can.
Yeah, go for it.
All right. Deduct your bardic inspirations from 4 to 3, and then Kiki, you go ahead and roll a d6.
Okay. Here we are. It's a 25.
A total of 25.
It's not quite as good as the billboard.
No, I'm sure that the people are going to be minorly let down, but not a whole lot. They are going to be expecting the greatest performance ever, and instead will merely have to make do with the greatest performance of their lives.
I mean, they live in a small backwater town. They're not going to know the difference.
Yeah, exactly. So, all of your preparation goes through. Tasha is willing to help you out in whatever ways possible, regularly bringing you out drinks to help out those with parched lips and a thirsty throat. And as things get closer to the time of the performance, you in the back of the tavern are able to hear as the crowds gradually gather and congregate inside. Anybody wishing to peek through into the main room will see that the tavern is probably the most busy it's likely ever to be, with well over 50 patrons practically cramped into the place, with half of them having to stand due to a lack of available seating. The extra seating cleared out the way for the purposes of a stage place being made. Normally would be relegated to the place where you're currently practicing, but instead have all been taken out and used as active seating for the environment. As the night rolls through, it comes to the time of the performance. The crowd is initially attempting a warm-up of sorts, as what can best be described as the town's local attempt at a comedian is attempting to warm up the crowd, and doesn't do a particularly great job. A few jokes here and there, manages to elicit a chuckle. But you can tell that people are waiting with bated breath for the main advertised performance. It comes to the time when the four of you are wanting to step in and actually make your performance.
Okay, well, we'll start. By the way, have a look in D&D room. I've just I've just been slightly productive.
So we're going to be singing this to the tune of Ken's theme, are we?
That's not a bad idea, actually. Yeah. No, I think it's more prog rock than Ken's theme. But there we go. We could do a
This is definitely song. This is definitely sea shanty.
Yeah.
In style.
No, it's more prog rock. Think prog rock.
But I don't actually know what prog rock is. As far as I know, I've heard progressive rock described as a bunch of people who don't know how to tune an instrument playing without any kind of idea what everybody else is doing.
Right. Okay. Whoever said that is a heathen. But it would be more sort of music plays, then someone would sort of speak prose, and then more music, kind of thing.
Interesting.
Rather like how they would do it in Shakespearean era.
A bit, but more...
I was literally thinking the same. That sounds like a Shakespearean take on rock music.
Well, it's a fantasy world. Why not?
Yep.
Yeah, why not? Okay, so
I would like to say to everyone before we go on a stage a quick inspirational speech, which I'm probably going to roll natural one on, and give us all disadvantage. But, this is the biggest crowd we've ever played to. Everyone's stoked. We have good music. We're all practiced. We're all prepared. Let's knock it out the park.
Absolutely.
Right.
Absolutely. Right. We're going to give each other bardic inspiration, I think.
Mm-hmm. Here's the question.
Bardic inspiration round the circle.
Yep.
Are each of you going to introduce yourselves to the crowd, or are you literally just going to walk on and start singing?
I think it would be a matter of
Sing Ben introduce.
There would be a bit of an intro, good evening, everybody. Thank you for coming. We're Earth, Wind and Shire, and we're here to rock your night. On the axe over here, we have whatever his name is. It's shot straight out of my head. Cardgar. Cardgar. You all know Reeve over there. Reeve, give him a wave. Over here we have on the woodwind, on the pipes, we have Piper. No pun intended. And and I'll be your lead singer tonight, Robert. You can call me Bobby. And here's a little thing that we rustled up just this afternoon for you. and then go into, you know, a bit of heavy rock and instruments, and then bust in the verses afterwards, and then go from there. Just keep on playing until they break down and weep. And
over the course of your introduction, which what you've just described is what I'm presuming you say in the actual introduction, the introductions of Cardgar and Piper you typically don't elicit much of a reaction. Just a few golf claps of that kind of variety, but a general sense of get on with it is pervasive in the air. The same goes for Reeve and for Robert, with two noteworthy exceptions. First of all, when Reeve's name is mentioned, a pair of adult voices are heard actually calling out, which people in the area can intuit to be his parents. And there is also a couple of little cheers from perhaps some secret admirers. And when Robert calls out, the exact same golf clap style of reception is again received, much like with Cardgar and with Piper, with the notable exception of one particularly enthusiastic whooping woman.
Thank you. Right, so do we want to actually try and perform this? I mean, I'm only going to do the one performance of this song in real life, but do we want to try to do it?
If you guys want to go,
we're going to do one performance of the song in real life. Maybe we save it to the karaoke night.
I'm not saying actually sing it, but you know. I mean, you do not want me singing.
You're going to be singing, karaoke night.
But a prog rock kind of. I can do that because that would be you know, basically narration, almost.
But you did announce yourself as the lead singer.
I kind of did, didn't I? But if you guys want to, I don't know, somebody get the chorus and somebody get the pre-chorus.
Only we knew the tune.
Well, how about
it would be pre-chorus would be raise your flag and lift your cheer. Halfling rockers have no fear. From the tavern to the dragon's lair, we'll shake the ground, we'll fill the air, kind of thing. And chorus would be rocking in the Shire where the fires burn bright. We'll dance with the shadows in the moonlit nights, with our hearts on fire and our spirits high. We're halfling, we're rockers, we'll never die, kind of thing. You know.
Well, I'll allow me to make a suggestion. Say that you just do the performance and each of you roll for this.
Okay.
And then, when we all meet up in person, if you're willing to go through the process of actually doing a performance, there will be considerable rewards in the campaign for those efforts.
Fair enough.
Think DM inspiration for the rest of the campaign every session for free for every player, or something to that effect.
Okay.
Done. That's easy. I sing all the time.
So, if that's what we're going to go for, then make your rolls.
Make your rolls? Right, so everyone's got Bardic Inspiration. Tick off one Bardic Inspiration each.
That's my last one.
Right.
Here goes.
Are we all helping each other so we all get advantage on this as well?
I would say that each of you are giving each other advantage, yes.
Yes.
And in regards to the effort that Reeve and Kiki made, because their preparation attempts were so successful, they get an additional bonus on top.
Excellent.
Alright, well, here goes the base. Oh, we go, my first 2020.
Fantastic.
Very good.
Give it your inspiration roll on top of that.
Whoa.
1d65.
That's a bit more than an inspiration.
Damn it. Can I have the 5 from the 65?
I want to know what a D65 looks like. That's going to be a golf ball.
Yes, it will. I've seen a properly rendered D100, and it legitimately just looks like a slightly off balance sphere.
We had one at school 8 years ago, and yeah, it's a golf ball.
Yeah.
It just rolls forever.
I've used one, and we have to have a perfectly flat table for it. And the GM basically said, "We're not using this. It just never stops."
I've seen one in the form of essentially a like a lucky 8-ball kind of deal, which is far better. You just give it a shake, put it down, and then a number of one between 1 and 100
2d10s just works fine. Just roll percentile.
It's also boring.
Yeah. Right. Who's next to roll?
You know what? I'll do it.
Next to roll.
Go for it.
Foreman?
Yep.
Bagpipes.
Oh!
I'm going to stick a solo in there, apparently.
Yep.
Jesus Christ.
Add in your bardic inspiration. And whatever else you were going to give on that, Ginger, was this is some big rolls.
Second bardic inspiration.
Ooh. Oof.
Okay. Totaling out to a 34. Jesus Christ. So we've got a 20 from Cardgar, a 34 from Kiki.
Much? Do you roll?
Much, go ahead and make your performance roll and roll double bardic inspiration. A 21 from Reeve. Apparently that liar is on fire. A 3, and again. And a 4. So that totals out to 28.
Right. And here's mine. Come on, that 1. It's with advantage though, isn't it? So that's 19.
It is.
And
yep.
Just one.
And a single bardic inspiration.
21. Not terrible. Not anything compared to everybody else, but not terrible.
So I'm going to go ahead and get the average from this. So that's 21 plus 28 plus 34 plus 21 again. Divide by 4 equals a total performance of a 26. And then I'm going to go ahead and say that whilst the party average was a 26 performance, which is pretty fucking excellent, Piper then proceeded to do an actual flaming bagpipes with a little bit of magical enhancement from Minor Illusion. And the end result is, literal flaming bagpipe solo. So, awesome. The end results, to the amazement of just about everybody at the performance, actually lives up to the hype generated by Piper's holographic billboard. So,
that was unexpected.
Yeah.
So how many people ended up having an epileptic seizure from our awesomeness?
Well, let's roll that.
Also, can I do an insight or an investigation or something, or perception to see if I can see if the mayor is in town or is in the show, watching the show?
The mayor is the mayor is most definitely watching the show. You don't need to be able to roll insight to spot the elderly gentleman standing next to the most excited woman in the crowd. He is also very impressed, by the way.
Excellent.
Speaking of the excited woman in the crowd, she is one of the 4 people who faint during this performance.
Wow.
Which is probably for the best.
Yeah.
I'm not sure where we go from here, because the plan wasn't to be good.
No, the plan was to, if we were awful, we just knock them all out with sleep, and then mug them, and then run. But I think we let this play out and don't do something horrifying and nefarious to them.
Yeah, that's my thought.
This works in our favour, you know. Word will spread.
Yeah.
We'll be able to play in bigger places.
Exactly.
So, you've had a performance the likes of which this town literally has never seen, and you have thoroughly wowed the crowd to the point of, like, this will go down in the history books as one of the greatest performances to ever occur to the quiet little town of Noblegate.
I'm guessing that we managed to bring down the house without bringing down the house.
Well, I would like all of you to make me a selection of dexterity saving throws, please.
Oh dear.
Selection of dexterity saving throws.
How many is a selection?
1 from each of you.
Oh, okay.
Can I get advantage on that by chance?
You do not have advantage.
Oh no.
Okay, so Cardgar fails. Reeve succeeds. Okay. As the crowd cheering seems to keep going on and on and on, one of you hears a pinging sound as a coin strikes Cardgar, hitting him on one of the metallic aspects of his hide armor. And then another coin. And another coin. And suddenly a tirade of metallic shrapnel is flying directly in your direction as gold, silver, and copper pieces are flung in your direction at a speed that is, quite frankly, dangerous. Most of you manage to avoid it all. Cardgar, please roll 2d6 to determine the amount of bludgeoning damage you take.
Oh.
I guess I'm going to have to use my cure wounds again.
If I roll max, I die. Just letting you know.
No, you don't.
You don't? Okay. Cardgar takes a few bruises and bludgeons, but he remains conscious until the tirade of coin finally dies down. By the end of which, you end up with, you know what? Somebody roll me a 8d10s.
I'll do it.
Yeah, looks about right.
Just above average.
You end up with a selection of gold, silver, and gold pieces amounting to 345 gold.
Damn. What's that divided by 4, someone?
Well, it's probably easier if you do 344.
86 and a quarter.
Yep, makes sense.
I assume we're going to split this evenly.
You know what? My suggestion is yeah, we split it evenly, and you know what? We cut the barman, the old fella in for if we all take 80,
yeah,
and cut him in for what was it, 6 each, so 24 gold.
4 each.
As a gratuity.
25.
Yeah. Yeah. We give him 25 gold as a thank you for allowing us to play. It seems only fair.
Yeah, I'm good for that.
Well, yeah, that sounds like a stellar idea.
It sounds to me like it would be much easier if the party was to continue with the performance having come to its close, and the Bard band having achieved a wild success. Things come to a close with the bar being drunk dry, with all of the reserve alcohol being consumed, with the sole exception of the private supply that the owner and Tasha keep to hand. And by the time all of it is through, I'm going to ask you simply, which of you allow yourselves to be drunk into a state of unconsciousness, and which of you stay conscious until the end of the revelry?
Oh, I'm going to try to stay conscious, but I am going to drink a fair amount. I think it should be determined by a Constitution saving throw as to whether or not I manage it, as I am only a little one, so to speak.
Well, I will say this. Unless you stop yourself, you will pass out from drunkenness, because unlimited booze is bought for you by the crowd.
I have been there in real life, and it doesn't always involve unconsciousness, but it's close, yes.
So I got you home that time, Trig, don't worry.
It is the halfling way. We shall go as long as our constitution shall take us, and then we shall spend the night in the tavern, I think.
Yes.
I shall also imbibe, but I shall make use of my genetical advantages.
Dwarves have resistance to poison, and as alcohol is technically a poison, that means that they have advantage on Constitution saving throws against drunkenness. At least against...
my luck, I'm going to need it.
They have advantage on the negative effects of drunkenness, at the very least. Hey, look at that. You actually made use of your advantage.
I am going to, however, keep an eye out to see if that other wench that was eyeing me up the morning after is present and looking available. Just, you know.
You take a look around and give me a perception check.
A perception check. Too many people.
You don't seem to be able to find her through the excessive crowd.
I mean, I am pretty much looking at waist height. There's basically an awful lot of crotches.
Yes, you are. Then again, there are... If you just so much as gesture, the men in the crowd will be perfectly happy to give you a piggyback ride and effectively allowed you to crowd surf around for as long as you please.
Oh, we're doing some crowd surfing.
Crowd surfing is especially easy when you're the size of a child.
Yes. 3 foot and about, what was it, 45 pounds in weight? It's like, yeah. 4 stone and 3 foot tall.
So, unless there's anything else that anybody wants to cover for the actual evening itself, we're going to cut through the morning after.
Splendid.
So,
I will do a heal on Ez's character just for the
that would be nice.
Just for the XP, really. Essentially, I mean, you're gonna have a long rest and heal anyway, but I'm gonna do that just because it's a generous and decent. It's a decent thing to do, isn't it? Yeah. Your mate's been bonked in the face with high velocity coinage.
I wish I could say that exact phrase is not something I could actually say about real life.
These coins are worth shit these days. You don't really want to get hit in the face with coins. There you go.
I do know someone who's been pelted with coins to the face, and yes, it was a religious experience. They were coming out of a synagogue, and some black guys were pulled up in a car, starts shouting slurs at them on the Saturday, and then started throwing coins at them. Got hit like in the face. Got really angry. Charged over the car. The black kids just panicked and just sped off at high speed.
They were trying to be edgy boys, and yeah. Oh no!
How much money did he make though? That's the question.
Who knows? I mean, joke's on them. Synagogues are covered in cameras. The police were knocking on their door within a week.
I imagine so.
Yeah, that would be a hate crime as well. They'll be in real trouble.
Well, this was before hate crimes. This was like, what, 20 years ago?
So remind me how much.
Hate crime. This was just a funny joke.
That synagogue was based in the upstairs of a building that was a Blockbuster. That's how long ago it was.
A Blockbuster? My word.
How much gold were we adding again? Remind me.
Everyone gets 80.
Yeah.
80. Damn.
So, Jim, what's that about it being a long time before I could get full plate?
Yeah, it's going to be a fucking long time because plate is 1,500.
Yeah, I mean, we do a couple more of these.
Yep, bigger crowds.
Yep.
Bit of robbery. Or, even better, find someone wearing full plate and then mug him.
Well, look, we get a couple levels up until one of us learns heat metal, and it's really easy to deal with someone in full plate.
Somebody learns heat metal, and then the party practices a long time D&D tradition of the cooking book.
Yes, which works even better if someone's got that. What's the spell that it draws aggro, like I forget what it's called.
Is intimidation.
I don't know, but there is a spell called Expeditious Retreat. It's literally just cast the spell and fucking book it.
Yeah. But don't book it too far. You need to stay within the range of the spell.
Yeah.
It's also worth bearing in mind that Khadgar, as a medium creature with a strength of 18, could absolutely carry one of the halflings without a loss in speed.
What I would want to be doing is I actually want to just say this right now is that I am looking very hard for a mastiff to buy because I can ride that.
Yes, you can.
Yeah, we were looking at riding mastiffs when we were making
the game or in real life.
In the game, I don't want one in real life. It's far too big for this house. But a mastiff to ride would be kind of fun.
I think it would be funny.
I'd like
to end up with a Saint Bernard's.
It's currently nearly 1:30 in the morning, and I strongly suspect that Motch is near passing out if she hasn't already.
Yeah,
I'm pretty, as well.
Yeah, Motch, are you conscious?
It's funnier if I don't deny it.
Okay. Well,
maybe we'll have fun.
Well, before we finish things off, in terms of actually closing down the session, a couple of points to bring about. First of all, if you do in fact offer 25 gold pieces to the bar graciously accepts, and the owner and Tasha inform you that was literally the most amazing thing they've ever seen. And they also say, don't worry about the whole deal that you made about the 50% drinks. That's they've made so much money on that basically what they do is they offer you a one of two options. Either they give you 50% of all of the gold that they made from the drinks of that night, or they let you have free drinks and board in this town for the rest of your lives.
What do you reckon, guys?
I mean, that second one could be very useful.
I guess. Are we going to make a point of coming back to this? I
mean, it's a border town between two continents.
Yeah.
Two countries.
There's like one chick that's up for it, and she has every disease in the book, and I've already had to be cured from it once.
There's only like 50 dudes here.
Yeah.
True. Well, if we make it, we can always come back here as a revival gig. You know, this is where it all started, and we'll draw everyone to the town.
I mean,
and
I suppose
crush
it could be
them under their lack of infrastructure.
It could.
Yeah,
exactly.
That's
they will drown in their own sewage.
It'll be like Glastonbury.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, it is worth pointing out that if you do ask for the gold, that would amount to 18.5 gold pieces.
Let's just take the free room and board in that case. I think that's
like, bear in mind, a round of drinks is a round of drinks is a silver piece.
Yeah. We've just given them their cut of the tips, and it was more than that. So yeah, no.
At this moment, our most valuable resource is building reputation.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's
people will talk, Trig. People will talk.
Tell your friends.
Mm-hmm.
Tell your friends is the key to this all, and yeah, we'll try and track down someone that sells mastiffs or St. Bernards. Don't mind St. Bernards. St. Bernard would do.
So yeah, now we just come back like next week and do another session where we have a big performance and all roll ones.
Yeah.
That's fine. I burned all the ones early in the session. You saw that.
Yep.
By the way, this is officially where we can call a close to the session. And over the course of the week, I would like each of you to determine how you are going to go through the process of raising to level 2.
Not a problem.
You mean we have achieved the experience for it, or?
Yeah.
I'd say so.
Cool.
I go with milestone style of D&D leveling. And with a performance like that, I would argue that you have absolutely achieved a milestone.
Yeah. Yeah. If that was XP based, we'd be well on our way to level 3. To be perfectly honest, I reckon. But that's my 2 bits. But we don't skip levels. I don't think. I think you're right. That's certainly. No, because level 1 to level 2 is you have stepped on 3 rats, go up a level.
Oh, we beat up a drunk.
Yeah, we did beat up a drunk. You're right, and
he wasn't even all that drunk.
Yeah.
Well, I bet he wishes he was.
Yeah.
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 Did he attend the concert?
You notice that he was in attendance. And you would also notice that the fishmonger was also in attendance. But the fishmonger, it seemed as though the happier the crowd got, the more sour he got.
Oh, what's wrong with that guy?
Look, he's bald, pale, and without a beard. Yeah. He's basically a more upright version of Gollum. He's the definition of sour.
Oh dear, I think we found our nemesis, guys.
Fair enough. Well, I'm going to stop the recording at this particular point. So,
that's a good idea.
I think that was worthy to be put up. That was a good episode. So,
yeah.